out of fear of Grandmasters Wude. Those origin-grade alchemists didn't dare to talk to Yang Kai anymore. Zhong Ao, on the other hand, didn't care about it at all. He walked to Yang Kai and started chatting in a low voice. Yang Kai, taking advantage of this, also inquired about Gu Baihu's condition. Zhong Ao had been staying in here all these days, paying complete attention to Gu Baihu's injuries, so he knew about her situation pretty well. Yang Kai also got a lot of useful information. Who is that guy, by the way? Why did he jump out first to accuse me before I said anything? Yang Kai gestured at the hook-nosed man and asked. Zhong Ao answered in a low voice. He is Zhan Yuan. He didn't have an aptitude for alchemy and also hadn't received guidance from a good teacher. As such, he hadn't achieved much in alchemy. He was originally unknown, but later received Grandmasters Wude's guidance by some chance and coincidence and was enlightened, becoming a mid-rank origin-grade alchemist at a very fast rate. For this reason, he had always regarded himself as a Grandmaster's student. And due to this relationship, he naturally couldn't stand your remark. So that's how it is. Yang Kai understood everything immediately. Apparently, Zhan Yuan not only respected Zhude also regarded Zhude as his honored teacher. Zhude naturally held a very high position in his heart. Yang Kai might not have spoken ill of Zhude when he said that Grandmaster was putting on airs. He could hardly take it. However, about Grandmaster Zhude, well, it's hard to say. Zhude had something to say, but he didn't say everything. Yang Kai, on the other hand, knew what he meant to say. As alchemists, Zhude had walked farther in alchemic Dao than Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao could not show any disrespect in any way. Disrespecting Zhude was tantamount to disrespecting alchemic Dao. Thus, there were some things Zhong Ao couldn't say. In any case, be careful. Kid, you might be a second-order Origin King Master now. You should never underestimate the power of an Origin King grade alchemist. Let's say, if President AIO had to choose between Grandmasters Wude and you, he would choose the former in 80% likelihood. I understand. Yang Kai smiled. Just as the two were chatting in low voices, a cultivator donning a golden armor suddenly barged in and cupped his fists before reporting to AIO with a serious look on his face. President, Grandmasters Wude has arrived. He is here? AIO's eyes lit up immediately. He waved his hand and shouted, "Invite him quickly!" But just as he said this, he hurriedly said again, "No, this king will go and personally welcome him." He had been on edge while waiting for half a year, for the fear that Gu Baihu would not be able to hold on before Grandmaster arrived. And now, Grandmaster has finally arrived in Water Sky City. A heavy weight had been lifted off AIO's heart. All that was left was to wait for Grandmaster to refine the Soul Source Restoration Pill. Gu Baihu could be rescued from the coma by then. While speaking, he tidied up his clothes before rushing to the outside. Naturally, the others in the hall didn't dare to be inattentive. Almost everyone in the hall was an alchemist. When they heard that Zhude was already here, they couldn't hold themselves. They rushed after AIO one after another, hoping to catch a glance of the revered Grandmaster. The hook-nosed man named Zhan Yuan gave Yang Kai a vicious glare as he passed by Yang Kai. There was a sinister smile hanging on his lips as if he was saying that since Grandmaster is here, you are so dead. Yang Kai curled his lips, ignoring him altogether. Let's go welcome him. If Grandmaster saw us standing here still, I'm afraid it would upset him again. It will be very troublesome. Zhong Ao shook his head and smiled wryly before rushing outside in neither fast nor slow manner. Yang Kai gave it a thought before following him out. Outside the hall, a dozen or so Origin-grade alchemists stood behind AIO in a file, looking up at the sky. Somewhere in the sky, a streaking rainbow was shooting straight over at an astonishing speed. Obviously, it was some kind of flight-type artifact. Not many people dared to use flight-type artifacts in places like Water Sky City, and very few dared to use it in such a high-profile manner. But clearly, Grandmaster Wude was qualified for this. Furthermore, no one dared to object to this. At first, Yang Kai thought that the other party was riding a star shuttle. But on a closer look, he noticed that it wasn't the case. The streaking rainbow might be far away from the hall, but Yang Kai could see it clearly, owing to his high cultivation. It was a peculiar sedan chair lifted by 8 people, 4 in the front and 4 in the back. Wind was being continuously created under their feet, carrying the sedan chair swiftly and leaving a trail of rainbow behind. All 8 carrying the sedan chair were young and beautiful with great figures. The sedan chair itself was very luxuriously decorated. The seats were spacious and 2 figures were sitting on it, one young and one old. The old man's hair and beard were all white and had his eyes closed. He happened to be resting and relaxing. The young figure was a girl who happened to be standing on the sedan chair and looking about as if she was curious about everything. This Moon Chaser sedan chair was specially built by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for Grandmaster. It's 10% faster than the best star shuttle. Those girls were gifted to the Grandmaster by the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. It has already become Grandmaster's symbol. Zhong Ao explained to Yang Kai in a low voice. Yang Kai immediately chuckled. Grandmaster Zhong Ao is just a step away from becoming an Origin King grade alchemist. You will definitely enjoy the same treatment in the future. Zhong Ao shook his head in disdain. This old man only wants to pursue the alchemic Tao to the end. I don't care about these material objects. Yang Kai nodded lightly and no longer said anything. After a short while, the Moon Chaser sedan chair arrived and landed steadily before the main hall. Ao tidied up his clothes, and just as he was about to speak, a figure shot out from the sedan chair. That graceful and charming figure, accompanied by giggles that were as melodious as chimes of silver bells, rushed to Yang Kai's side and hugged someone next to him, burying her head into that person's arm before taking long and deep breaths greedily. Everyone was shocked. They could not help but wonder who it was, so ignorant of etiquette and doing such a shameless thing in public. Everyone turned their gazes at that lithe and graceful figure. After having taken a clear look at the scene before them, everyone showed a smile of understanding. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was dumbstruck, because he found that the graceful figure from the sedan chair was hugging none other than Xueyu beside him. Xueyu looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. Obviously, she hadn't expected such a thing to happen in public. She didn't push, nor could she. For a moment, she was at a loss and froze in place. Yang Kai, on the other hand, blew his top. Instinctively, he wanted to rush up and beat the other party to let her know that his woman could not be harassed. But on second thought, he gave up this notion as the other party was a woman herself. That figure rubbed her head on Xueyu a few times like a cat before raising her head, revealing her face that was as beautiful that the moon would hide itself in the clouds and flowers would close in shame. She then greeted in a charming and melodious voice, "Brother Xueyu, long time no see. Did you miss me?" The corners of Xueyu's lips twitched a few times. She forced a smile and said, "So it's Sisters Wuling. I was wondering who was being so bold." "Well, Sisters Wuling, can you let me go first?" "Hey, hey!" The girl named Wuling obediently let go of Xueyu and backed away, standing before Xueyu. She then narrowed her eyes and sized up Xueyu from top to bottom before nodding and praising. "Brother Xueyu, you have grown more handsome and manly from the last time we met. No wonder the girls in the star field are crazy about you." There was a hint of jealousy in her words, but she praised Xueyu in an outspoken manner. Anyone with a bit of brains would understand what it was all about. Presumably, the girl named Wuling had been in love with Xueyu for a long time. It wasn't that surprising. Xueyu was the man of every girl's dreams in the star field. She was a lady killer. Naturally, a little girl would fall in love with her. And judging by Wuling's words, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time. Sisters Wuling is too polite. Xueyu forced a smile. It would have been okay had Yang Kai was not here, but Yang Kai was standing by her side, watching the play. Feeling his gaze, Xueyu felt jittery all over her body. She was extremely embarrassed. "Linger, don't be rude." Right then, a majestic voice sounded from behind. Zuida slowly got up from the sedan chair and shouted in a deep voice. Wuling stuck her tender tongue at Xueyu before whispering, "I'll come and find Brother Xue later. Grandpa is calling me." As she spoke, her lithe figure jumped to the sedan chair's side in a flash like a nimble cat before she respectfully helped Zuida get down. Yang Kai looked at Xueyu with a strange smile hanging on his lips. Xueyu became angry out of shame, shooting glares at Yang Kai. Welcome, Grandmaster. Thank you for taking the trouble of coming here. Only now did President AIO find the opportunity to speak. He cupped his fists and greeted him. Greetings, Grandmaster. Grandmaster must be tired from the long and tiresome journey. All the origin-grade alchemists bowed and greeted respectfully. Haha, I'm too old for this. The road was indeed a little bumpy. Sorry for making you all wait. Zhudu cupped his fists perfunctorily in response. Yang Kai sized up the nearby Grandmaster and found that he looked extremely ordinary, just like an ordinary old man. He was only in the second-order origin returning realm, that's all, but his every gesture carried a faint medicinal fragrance, obviously due to dealing with pills all year round. Judging by his outer appearance, Grandmaster Zhude looked rather approachable. Maybe something might have really happened to him for him to be delayed by half a year, Yang Kai thought to himself. Otherwise, he should not have dragged until now after having been invited by President AIO. Grandmaster must be tired from the journey. Do you want this king to arrange a place to take a break? AIO asked with concern. That sounds nice. This old man is indeed a little tired. Zhude nodded lightly. Much to AIO's surprise and dismay, he really agreed. AIO was stunned. He kept staring at Zhude in a daze, thinking, I was just being polite. Why are you taking it seriously? Can't you see the worry written on my face? Or have your eyes gone so old that you can't notice? Other origin-grade alchemists also furrowed their brow slightly. Everyone felt that Grandmaster Zhude was wrong here. It's okay to make us wait for half a year. You are an origin king-grade alchemist, you have all the right to put on airs like this. But now that you are already here, it's right and proper to start refining and save the patient as soon as possible. Moreover, a starship was sent to pick you up. You even rode the Moonchaser sedan chair. The journey might be long, but you didn't use a bit of your strength. How can you be tired? AIO was starting to scowl. Haha, this old man was kidding, President AIO. You don't have to take it seriously. All of a sudden, Zhude broke into a big laugh as he spoke. God knows if he was really joking or really had planned to take a rest but changed his words after noticing that AIO looked unhappy. Zhude might have a noble standing, but AIO's status wasn't low either. Naturally, he couldn't ignore AIO's feelings. Hee, Grandmaster, if you are really tired, you can take a rest for a few days. I'm not in a hurry. In any case, I have already waited for so long. It won't hurt to wait for a few days more. AIO's reaction wasn't slow either. He had no choice but to give the opposite party a chance to get out of this embarrassing situation. Furthermore, he had given an obvious message. You have already kept this old man waiting for so long. Saving the patient comes first. Zhude waved off and said decisively, Thank you very much, Grandmaster. AIU heaved a sigh of relief. His scowl eased down immediately. Zhan Yuan greets the honored teacher. Honored teacher is really kind and benevolent. You are putting people first even though you are tired from the journey. You are a model for everyone. You are really great. You have this left Zhan Yuan in admiration. The hook-nosed man stepped out of the crowd and made his way to Zhude, ass-kissing Zhude. Zhude glanced at him, looking a bit confused. But soon he burst into laughter. So it's you. You are already a mid-rank origin-grade alchemist. You have made progress. Good job. Zhan Yuan was highly delighted upon receiving this compliment. He looked as if he had eaten an entire pot of honey. He immediately flattered Zhude. Had I not been lucky enough to receive guidance from the honored teacher back then, this Zhan Yuan would not have achieved what he has today. Honored teacher, please receive this Zhan Yuan's worship. As he spoke, he started kowtowing on the ground with an earnest look on his face. Devoutly. Zhude nodded and praised. You are quite good. This old man just gave you a few pointers because you looked depressed. Who would have thought that you will remember it till today? If you want, you can stay by this old man's side from now on. This old man just happened to be lacking an assistant. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much, honored teacher. Disciple will follow the honored teacher wherever you go. Zhang Yuan beamed with joy. He kept thanking again and again. Although he was a mid-rank origin-grade alchemist, it was not shameful to act as Zuoda's assistant. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Others could not get it even after begging for it. Zhang Yuan could have never thought that he could get such an awesome job just by stepping forward and speaking a few words with Zuoda. Furthermore, Zuoda had practically agreed to Zhang Yuan being his disciple with his words, which was more beneficial than anything. He was just ranked in the middle among the origin-grade alchemists, but with the identity of Grandmaster Zuoda's disciple, his status would be completely different in the future. Everyone below Origin King grade alchemist would have to be polite to him. For a moment, Zhang Yuan was so happy that he was practically ready to dance in joy. Some Origin grade alchemists glanced at Zhang Yuan with envy. By following Zuoda, even if it was just an assistant, they felt that one would learn a lot of good stuff. And if by some fluke of luck, one's comprehension reached an appropriate level, he might just become the next Zuoda. Who would not be envious of such a good opportunity? After beaming in joy for a while, Zhang Yuan suddenly approached Zuoda and whispered to him something, acting mysterious and all. He had lowered his voice pretty much to nothing. It was almost impossible to discern what he was saying. Before Grandmaster Zuoda, no one dared to use their divine sense to eavesdrop, so no one really knew what he was talking about. Immediately, everyone glanced at Yang Kai sympathetically, one after another. Everyone knew that Yang Kai's life would turn miserable from now on. He had offended an Origin King grade alchemist. No one in this world would refine pills for him. It was extremely difficult for an Origin King realm master to advance even an inch in cultivation. Without the assistance of pills, he might only make a little progress. Perhaps he might remain stuck in the second-order Origin King realm for his entire life. What a pity! Such an outstanding genius, who might have had a chance to become a third-order Origin King in the future, stand at the peak of the star field, will have his future cut short. A look of regret appeared on the faces of many alchemists. Meanwhile, Zuoda narrowed his eyes, glancing in Yang Kai's direction a few times before withdrawing his gaze, as if he didn't care about him at all. Zhang Yuan kept babbling as if he wasn't finished. AIO, on the other hand, looked unhappy at the sight of this, but he didn't urge. Rather, he kept waiting patiently. As he had said before, he had been waiting for a long time. He wasn't in a rush. Not to mention, Zhang Yuan could barely be considered as Grandmaster Zuoda's half-disciple. He had gained a noble status in a flash. AIO would have to be considerate to him a bit. After a long time, Zhang Yuan finally stopped talking with a flattering smile hanging on his lips. Zuoda nodded slightly, looking kind and amiable. AIO timely interrupted. Grandmaster, please come in. Zuoda agreed. Supported by Zuoling, he made his way into the main hall, step by step. When he walked by AIO's side, he gestured to him. AIO immediately understood. He promptly started walking shoulder to shoulder with Zuoda. Others followed behind them in small scattered groups. President AIO, this old man came to Water Sky City for two things. One, to refine Soul Source Restoration Pill for Mrs. Gu, and as for the second, I would like to get your consent for one other thing. Zuoda talked to AIO while walking. Grandmaster, whatever you need, you just have to mention it. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will never refuse you as long as we can do it. AIO replied earnestly. Hee. Don't be so quick to agree because I'm afraid you won't agree. Zuoda calmly smiled. AIO proudly assured. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's business is spread all over the world, although I dare not say how rich I am. If we can't even fulfill Grandmaster's request, how can we have any qualifications to invite you? If President AIO says so, then this old man would not beat around the bush. Zuoda paused and straightened out his thoughts. Only then did he continue. This old man came this time to talk about my granddaughter's marriage. He pointed at Zuoling, who was supporting him. Talk about marriage? AIO's heart skipped a beat. He was a little displeased. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at Shuiyu before he forced a smile and replied, Miss Zuoling is Grandmaster's granddaughter. She is a girl of noble status and also extremely beautiful. I wonder which punk in my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce got lucky to be fancied by Miss Zuoling. President AIO, please don't play dumb. Zuoda smiled and proudly said, there aren't many people in this world who are worthy for my Linger, and the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce just happened to have one. Furthermore, Linger has known him since childhood and fell in love with him. When Linger heard that this old man was coming to Water Sky City, she brazenly followed this old man and forced this old man to propose marriage. If I didn't agree, she said that she would burn this old man's beard. Sigh, I have really spoiled this girl. Zuoda looked distressed. Grandpa! Zuoling flushed red all over. She fiercely tugged Zuoda's arm, but her pretty eyes were furtively looking at Shui Yu's reaction. She believed that even a fool would understand what Zuoda meant. She very much wanted to know Shui Yu's reaction. But in one glance, Zuoling's heart immediately sank because she found that Shui Yu's face had gone pale and appeared to be at a loss. Does brother Shui Yu not like me? Zuoling's heart was filled with unease. Is Grandmaster talking about Shui Yu? Aio couldn't pretend to be a fool anymore. He was left with no choice but to continue. That's right? Zuoda smiled and continued, looking at Shui Yu with satisfaction. Third young lord is extraordinarily talented. He is a dragon among men. He is young, handsome, and is also the successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. If President Aio can agree to this marriage, this old man would also get a son who will tend to him and lay him to rest after his death. Perhaps I will remain in Water Sky City in the foreseeable future. His words gave a very important message, that if Shui Yu and Zuoling became husband and wife, the Zuoda will really become a member of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in the future. He would live in Water Sky City and refine pills for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. If AIO was in any urgent need, he wouldn't have to go all the way to invite him over. This was a huge temptation for any great force or any cultivator for that matter. If Shui Yu was really a man, AIO would not be mulling over it, he would have promptly agreed. Compared to the happiness of his son, an Origin King grade alchemist was undoubtedly more important. But Shui Yu was a girl. This was simply impossible. Even if AIO agreed now, everything would be exposed on their first night. Zuoda would be completely offended then. So AIO was in a pretty big dilemma. He felt powerless for the first time in his life. What's wrong? Does President AIO have some concerns? Originally, Zuoda thought that if he personally proposed a marriage, AIO would give him a face no matter what. Not to mention, AIO was requesting Zuoda's help. But when he proposed, Zuoda didn't get the eager response that he had imagined. Rather, AIO looked extremely embarrassed. This made Zuoda very unhappy. His tone grew colder and colder. That's not the case, that's really not the case. Grandmaster misunderstood. AIO waved his hand quickly. He immediately realized that if he didn't handle today's matter properly, it would lead to a great deal of trouble. But he couldn't think of a proper excuse for a short while. He stood in a daze. Zuoda let out a cold snort and said, "This old man is here to propose marriage, and the soul source restoration pill is this old man's show of good faith. If President AIO agrees to this marriage, this old man will refine 10 bottles of Origin King grade pills for the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce every year." Everyone's gasps could be heard in the hall, staring Zuoda in shock. 10 bottles meant 100 pills. It would have been nothing if it was a normal pill, but it was 100 Origin King grade pills. Each pill was priceless. Even for an alchemist such as Zuoda, it was easier said than done. Everyone immediately understood that Zuoling held an extremely high position in Zuoda's mind. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to offer such generous conditions. AIO's heart started pounding. Deep in his heart, he was exhilarated but was extremely annoyed as well. In the past, when Zuoda was asked to refine Origin King grade pills, not only would AIO have to provide a large number of ingredients as remuneration but would also have to depend on whether Zuoda was in a good mood or not. Even so, he got only 20 or so Origin King grade pills from Zuoda. And last year, he only got 5 pills. And now, this old man was offering 100 pills every year. Obviously, he could do it with ease. AIO had no idea how Zuoda had been hiding all this. This made him very annoyed. He felt that all the expensive gifts his Chamber of Commerce had offered to Zuoda had been fed to the dogs. 100 Origin King grade pills a year left everyone in a complete shock. No one could reject such a generous condition. Many alchemists belonging to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce furtively winked at AIO, signaling him to agree quickly without hesitation. They urged AIO like this because of two reasons. On the one hand, they were considering the Chamber of Commerce. On the other hand, they were urging AIO for their own sake. As long as this marriage went through, Grandmaster Zuoda would definitely remain in Water Sky City. They would then have the chance to communicate with Grandmaster Zuoda and ask for advice. But AIO didn't go along with their wishes. Does President AIO think that this old man's sincerity is lacking? Zuoda immediately looked sullen. He had already given such generous conditions, but he still didn't get a positive response from AIO. He was surprised by this, but even more so he was angered. Or does President AIO feel like that this old man's granddaughter isn't worthy of third young master? AIO's forehead couldn't help but be drenched in a cold sweat. He hurriedly waved his hands and justified himself. It's not like that. Shuiyu would really be blessed to have someone like Linger as his wife. How could she not be worthy? If that's the case, then why is Sir President hesitating? Zhang Yuan asked, gazing straight at AIO. Third young master is talented and Miss Linger is drop-dead gorgeous. The two are a perfect match. They are a match made in heaven. AIO glanced calmly at Zhang Yuan. He could not wait to slap him to death. Why didn't I find this guy so annoying before? Why is he looking so displeasing today? Grandmaster Zhang is right. AIO might find Zhang Yuan repulsive, but for the fear of offending Zuoda, he had no choice but to address Zhang Yuan as Grandmaster, unlike before when he used to call him by his name directly. But what? Zuoda's voice turned extremely cold. There was a sense of aggression in his voice. Obviously, he was in a very bad mood. But, Grandmaster, please forgive me. Actually, the problem lies in with Shuiyu. Shuiyu, seeing his father in a predicament, took the initiative and stepped up, cupped her fists, and explained, Shuiyu's heart already belongs to someone. I have long agreed to stay with the other party together forever, never to part with each other. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. Zuoling shook, as if she was about to fall upon hearing this. Looking at Shuiyu, her pretty face turned pale and her eyes turned red. She was about to break into tears. Shuiyu turned and looked straight at Zuoling before trying to explain herself. Sister Linger, we have known each other since we were young. We might not have spent a lot of time with each other, but I have always regarded you as my younger sister. I never had any other thoughts about you. I only liked you as a sister. Please forgive Shuiyu. I can't accept your feelings. Zuoling was already feeling extremely aggrieved, and now she immediately broke into tears. The sight of her crying was like a pear flower in a storm. Everyone's heart cried out for her. Many people couldn't beat the sight of her crying. Zuoda's face had turned so cold that one could shave off a layer of frost off from his face. I don't care, I don't care. Zuoling suddenly grabbed Zuoda's arm and started shaking and shouting. I just want to be with Brother Shuiyu. Grandpa, you have to think of something. Grandpa, aren't you omnipotent? Quickly think of some way. If I can't marry Brother Shuiyu, Linger will die. Everyone's face immediately turned black. Having seen Zuoling raising such a fuss, everyone immediately understood that it was because she was totally spoiled by Zuoda. Otherwise, how could a girl act so wildly in public? Zuoda appeared distressed and helpless. He patted the back of Zuoling's hand and consoled her. Stop crying first. Isn't Grandpa still discussing with President AIO? If you cry again, Grandpa will leave immediately. I will never come to Water Sky City in the future. And you can forget meeting the third young master for your entire life. This trick worked immediately. Zuoling immediately stopped crying, but this couldn't stop her from sobbing and choking. Her delicate shoulders kept trembling. She looked at Shuiyu with a grieving look on her face. Shuiyu was feeling completely helpless. She put Zuoling's glance aside. She knew that her hesitation and indecision would invariably lead to trouble. It wasn't the time to act soft. Meanwhile, AIO was also disheartened. With his shrewdness, How could he not notice what Zhude meant to say? It might look like Zhude was comforting Zhuelin, but he was actually threatening AIO. His intent was very obvious. If AIO couldn't satisfy his granddaughter, he will immediately leave Water Sky City and will never set foot here in his life. In other words, the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would lose their only Origin King grade alchemist. Not only would it be a big blow to the actual interest of the entire Chamber of Commerce, but also a big blow to their reputation. If it really happened, would their Chamber of Commerce still be able to hire another Origin King grade alchemist or an artifact refiner in the future? The answer was obviously no, unless they could train their very own Origin King grade alchemist and artifact refiner. But how could it be that easy? The birth of Origin King grade alchemist and artifact refiner was even harder than raising a cultivator to the third order Origin King realm. Otherwise, peak-level alchemists and artifact refiners would not be so rare in this world. And AIO would not have to swallow all the insult and still accompany Zhude with a smile even after having been embarrassed by Zhude to this extent. Suddenly, AIO felt that this day was the most vexing day of his life. President AIO. Zhude calmed his tone and said, "As you can see, this girl is hellbent on having her own way. This old man really has no choice. And since the third young master's heart already belongs to someone, this old man cannot force him against his will and separate the lovers. Otherwise, if the word got out, everyone would point their fingers at this old man. How about this old man give the third young master and you a few days to think about it and give this old man a reply? This old man will be staying in Water Sky City for a few days. When you have thought it over, you can come and find this old man." He was sure that AIO was desperate to have him refine the soul source restoration pill. That's why he said this. Sure enough, AIO appeared to be in a big predicament. He wanted to ask Zhude to refine the soul source restoration pill first, but he couldn't open his mouth to ask, because he knew that even if he brazenly asked Zhude would surely come up with an excuse to decline. Like he was in a bad mood or Zhueling would interfere. He felt that it was better to keep quiet than to ask for nothing. His gaze fell on Xueyu. He could not help but consider whether to agree to Zhude's request first and deal with the aftermath once Gu Bai Hu was cured. But when all was said and done, Xueyu was a girl. If he really agreed, he would end up offending Zhude completely. AIO was having a huge headache. Nothing had put him in such a difficult position. He was in charge of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and had been leading it vigorously and effectively. The entire Chamber of Commerce had been growing steadily under his command. But up against Zhude's proposal, he was at a loss. "I have long heard of Grandmaster Zhude's reputation and come to admire you. But after seeing what transpired today, Just when AIO was cursing in his heart, a voice suddenly echoed in the hall. AIO couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately turned and looked for the source of the voice. And after he saw who just spoke, he stood in a daze, dumbstruck and frowning, because he discovered that the speaker was none other than Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Xueyu have a good relationship. Obviously, he spoke up just now because Xueyu had stepped forward. But he had gone a bit overboard. This would definitely offend Zhude. However, he's not a member of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. He doesn't represent the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so no matter how he offended Zhude, it had nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce. Having thought about it this way, AIO suddenly realized that Yang Kai was the most appropriate person to talk about these things now. His eyes involuntarily lit up as he cast an emotional glance at Yang Kai. Other people's expressions immediately changed after hearing this. Yang Kai might not have finished his sentence, but the disdain in his words was pretty obvious to everyone. Isn't he simply giving a tight slap right on his face by saying this in the face of an Origin King grade alchemist? The expression in many Origin grade alchemists' eyes changed when they looked at Yang Kai. Zhude still maintained some subtlety. He didn't get angry immediately. Rather, he narrowed his eyes when he looked at Yang Kai before asking calmly, "President AIO, he is..." Reporting to Grandmaster, "Yang Kai is my friend." Before AIO could reply, Xueyu seized the initiative to answer. "Is he a member of your Chamber of Commerce?" Zhude started to furrow his brow. "No. He happened to be passing by and came to visit me. That's all," Xueyu explained. Zuoda nodded his understanding and said with a smile hanging on his lips, "Your Excellency, this old man simply can't ignore what you just said. Your Excellency seemed to be dissatisfied with this old man? Has this old man offended you before?" From Zhan Yuan, Zuoda knew that Yang Kai had spoken ill of him behind his back. Actually, Yang Kai hadn't badmouthed him but just had said that he was putting on airs a little. Zuoda had secretly put down Yang Kai's name in his heart. He had secretly decided that he would not refine any Origin King grade pill for Yang Kai in the future. But he couldn't make trouble for Yang Kai just because of this. He could only give it up on that matter. But Yang Kai stood up and badmouthed him again. And naturally, he couldn't laugh it off now. So what if you are a second-order Origin King cultivator? You will have no choice but to beg this old man when you are in a need. Zuoda felt proud when he thought of this. Grandmaster must be joking. This is the first time this Yang has met Grandmaster. So how could you have offended me? Yang Kai calmly said. In that case, why are you? To be honest, what's the problem? Yang Kai smiled comfortably. Zuoda's face immediately sank. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai continued. Alchemists are like doctors and healers. It's a noble profession that attaches equal attention to both skill and humanity, both of which are indispensable. Mrs. Gu's soul has been injured for a year already. Her life has been hanging by a thread. But Grandmaster didn't even immediately refine the soul source restoration pill to save the patient as soon as possible after arriving here. Instead, you are using her condition to force President AIO and Third Young Master to marry your granddaughter. It's rather apparent that Grandmaster is skilled, but you are lacking humanity. Is Grandmaster really worthy of the word Grandmaster? Don't you find this word a little heavy to bear? Grandmaster is old. I hope you don't get crushed by its weight. As soon as Yang Kai said this, not only did the expressions of many Origin-grade alchemists worsen, but even the expression on President AIO's face grew even more complicated. He had never even expected Yang Kai's words to be so sharp and direct. They almost tore the skin off Zuoda's face. Yang Kai might have spoken what was going in AIO's mind, but speaking so directly in front of Zuoda was equal to completely offending him. Even though it was the truth and everyone knew it, he should not have said it so directly. There were some things that everyone could only keep in their hearts. You? Zuoda's face turned blue and red. He was unable to find a way to get out of this embarrassing situation. No one had dared to say this in front of him. Even an Origin King realm cultivator would act respectfully in front of him. When had anyone made such sharp accusations? When Yang Kai said so, he indeed felt something weighing down on his shoulders. Who are you? How dare you speak ill of Grandpa? Zuoling immediately lashed out in anger. She promptly raised her hand as a fire dragon flew out from her palm, flying straight at Yang Kai. She was already sad and heartbroken. So when she heard Yang Kai accuse Zuoda in such a blatant manner, she couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to beat Yang Kai up to vent her anger. Thus, she attacked without a moment of hesitation. As Zuoda's granddaughter, Zuoling had a good aptitude, and coupled with massive amounts of pills provided by Zuoda, she had reached the second-order origin returning realm despite her young age. Although she attacked casually, the attack itself was quite powerful. The surrounding temperature shot through the roof just as the fire dragon shot through the air, baring its jaws at Yang Kai. Linger, stop! Zuoda was struck with panic. Zuoling was young and impulsive. He might not have a proper idea where Yang Kai's limits lay, but he had heard from Zhan Yuan that Yang Kai was a second-order Origin King Master. Zuoling wasn't his opponent, no matter what, and in case Yang Kai got angry and hurt Zuoling, it would be a big loss. However, he was a bit late. When he shouted, the fire dragon was already before Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained the same. Nonetheless, he remained still in his place. All he did was stretched his hand out, opened his palm and grabbed at the fire dragon at his own pace. Immediately, flames and sparks scattered around in the air as the surrounding temperature returned to normal. Zuoling was dumbstruck. Obviously, she hadn't expected her attack to be so easily dealt with by the opponent. She also came to realize that Yang Kai was far stronger than her. Nevertheless, she wasn't afraid. On the contrary, she nibbled her lips and screamed, Grandpa, he is bullying me. Help me teach him a lesson. While speaking, she shook Zuoda's arm to and fro constantly. Zuoda's old body immediately shook left and right like a ship in a storm. Zuoling always believed Zuoda to be omnipotent because all those Origin King Realm Masters acted all respectful before him. So after she had suffered a little, she immediately counted on Zuoda to stand up for her. But how could Zuoda do anything? He was respected by the Origin King Realm Masters because of his alchemy skills and not because of his cultivation. He was just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If he tried to teach Xianxia a lesson with his own cultivation, it would be tantamount to courting death. Xianxia could not help but sneer. Anyhow, he was a second-order Origin King Master now. He could teach Zuoling a lesson for attacking him. But if he really acted all serious because of the misdemeanors of a little girl, he felt that he would be making a fuss over a small issue. But who would have thought that Zuoling would shout at AIO when she saw Zuoda not respond after so long? Uncle AIO, kill him. If you kill him, I'll ask Grandpa to refine that whatever source pill. Xianxia's face immediately darkened just as he heard this. A strange look also appeared on AIO's face. Is it my turn to give in if anyone annoys this pampered girl? It was understandable for a pampered girl like her to be a bit willful, but it was really too much to take someone's life just because she was pissed. Not to mention, she started it. Xianxia wasn't responsible for this. As long as anyone had a little brain, he would not agree with Zuoling. More importantly, one would be offending a second-order Origin King Master. Uncle AIO, didn't you invite Grandpa to refine that pill? You are so powerful, he is definitely not your opponent. Just kill him already. Zuoling, pointing at Xianxia, exhorted AIO in an arrogant and overbearing manner like she was ordering a subordinate. AIO forced a smile and said, Miss Ling, Uncle is not necessarily his opponent. How is that possible? Aren't you the president of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, one of the most powerful people in the world? How could you not be his opponent? Oh, I get it, you don't want that pill. Linger, stop fooling around. Zuoda couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Zuoling's face crumpled when she noticed that her grandpa was really angry. She no longer pestered endlessly. But when she saw Xianxia's expression, she became extremely irritated. She grit her teeth so hard that they were rattling. She looked as if she would rush and bite Xianxia hard. Shuiyu, you made the right choice by not agreeing to this marriage, Xianxia said with a smile. If you married someone like her, your life would be miserable. Shuiyu glared at Xianxia but didn't retort. Your Excellency, you have been provoking this old man time and time again. What on earth do you want? Zuoda glared at Xianxia gloomily. He looked displeased and angry. He. Again with that. I am just stating the truth. Xianxia gave an indifferent smile. Linger had indeed been pampered by this old man, but her nature is still good. So, you can't make such a comment. She is willing to take someone's life at her will, and you say her nature is good? If I was a Saint King rather than a second-order Origin King, I'm afraid my corpse would be lying where I stand. Xianxia ceaselessly sneered. If you were a Saint King, you would not have been qualified to talk to this old man. Unfortunately for you, I'm not. That's enough. Zhang Yuan immediately stepped out. He couldn't take the sight of Xianxia giving tit for tat to Zuoda anymore. Your Excellency, you are really being disrespectful to the honored teacher. Have you forgotten who refined the pills you have used to cultivate all these years? Every cultivator who knows a little bit of gratitude would not treat a highly respected Grandmaster alchemist like you did. When one drinks water, he must not forget where the water comes from. Xianxia nodded. You want to say this, right? Sorry, but as I've told you before, I'm an alchemist. All the pills I have taken were refined by me. As the adage goes, two of a trade seldom agree. So I don't have to be grateful to any alchemist. Your Excellency is also an alchemist? Zuoda's eyes glistened with a sharp gleam. He didn't seem to believe it. That's right. Oh? A sneer appeared on Zuoda's lips. Dare I ask what level of alchemist are you? Where is your alchemist's badge? I don't have it. And as for what's my level, I can't say. The nearby Zhan Yuan sneered. Honored teacher, why take this guy seriously? His martial Dao cultivation might be deep, but he isn't that old. Even if he is an alchemist, he isn't worth your notice. You are standing at the peak of the entire star field. Suda smiled proudly, looking at Yang Kai with a sliver of contempt. Peak? Not necessarily? Yang Kai chuckled and said, although there aren't many Origin King grade alchemists, I know one who is younger than Grandmaster. She will certainly go farther than Grandmaster in the future. Naturally, he was talking about Xianxia. Bullshit, Suda shouted. He appeared to be angry. This old man has already reached the peak of low-rank Origin King grade and could break through to mid-rank Origin King grade anytime. Who can surpass this old man in the entire star field? When the field he was proficient was mentioned, Suda became aggressive and didn't show the slightest bit of sign of backing down. Grandmaster doesn't believe it? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Bring that person here. This old man will compete with him and make him accept defeat. Suda let out a cold snort. That person is billions of miles away. I can't bring her on such short notice. However, if Grandmaster really wants to compete, how about this Yang competes with Grandmaster? This Yang believes that his alchemy skills aren't worse than hers. If you can defeat this Yang will admit what you just said. But if you can't even beat this Yang, then, hee. Everyone on the stairs of the main hall looked at Yang Kai with a slack jaw as if they had seen something unbelievable. Zhong Ao's jaw slackened so wide that one could stuff their fist in it. Aio's expression changed as many thoughts flashed in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized Yang Kai's intention as a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes involuntarily. He was filled with extreme gratitude. Anyhow, this Yang Kai is indeed a good guy and is worth making friends with. What? What did you just say? Suda stared at Yang Kai in surprise. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Grandmaster's age is catching up with him. Yang Kai heaved a sigh. This one just said that Grandmaster might as well compete with this Yang in alchemy. You want to compete with this old man in alchemy? Suda broke into laughter before speaking disdainfully. This old man really can't see what's making you so confident. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry about this. All Grandmaster needs to do is tell me whether you are going to do it or not. Humph. Do you think this old man can't guess what your intentions are? Do you think you can provoke this old man to do your bidding? If this old man does compete with you, do you want to compete with this old man in refining the soul source restoration pill? Suda sneered at Yang Kai. Well, Grandmaster is indeed wise. This Yang was indeed going to propose this, Yang Kai said in surprise. In a flash, everyone immediately realized what Yang Kai was doing. If Suda really competed with Yang Kai in alchemy out of anger, then Yang Kai had intended to set the goal of the competition to refine the soul source restoration pill. And in order to win, Suda would go all out to make it successful. This way, Gu Baihu's crisis and President Aio's pressing matter would be resolved. As for whether Yang Kai could refine it or not, who cared about him? It wasn't a shame to lose to an Origin King grade alchemist in alchemy. But if he lost to an alchemist in a fight, then it would be really shameful. What a joke! This old man won't be fooled by your paltry tricks. Suda let out a cold snort as he looked at Yang Kai with disdain. His expression gave the impression that he had seen through everything of Yang Kai. Grandmaster is treating me unjustly by saying that. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Let's do it this way. How about this Yang up the stakes to make this competition fair? What are the stakes? Suda asked in a cold tone. If I lose, I will be your bodyguard for 1,000 years. Yang Kai quickly added with an honest look on his face. What? Everyone was greatly shocked upon hearing this. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a fool. Even Suda seemed to be tempted. He might be an Origin King grade alchemist and he might have many masters among his subordinates, but none of them was an Origin King realm master. All the Origin King realm masters were proud and arrogant. They might act all polite when they asked him to refine pills, but how could they let themselves be ordered and enslaved by him? Not to mention, Yang Kai wasn't an ordinary Origin King. He was a second-order Origin King. There weren't that many second-order origin kings in the entire star field. If I could have a second-order origin king as a subordinate, then along with my identity as the origin king great alchemist, I would rule the entire star field. Zuoda was inevitably moved. Even though he felt that it was a setup, he couldn't help but agree out of confidence in his own alchemy skills. Yang Kai! Xueyu screamed in surprise. She seemed to be about to persuade Yang Kai, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her. Then he turned to Zuoda and spoke indifferently. This Yang has no talent. This one is only a second-order origin king now. But this one happens to have a strong and robust body. It won't be a problem to live for a couple of millennia. I should have more than enough time to be Grandmaster's bodyguard for 1,000 years, but I don't know if Grandmaster dares to take this bet. The expression of AIO and many alchemists immediately changed. Everyone was shocked by Yang Kai's shocking behavior. Zuoda's expression also changed. He nodded and said, "You are indeed right. Your proposal sure is tempting, but just being a bodyguard is far from enough. This old man wants you to be at my beck and call." Just as Zuoda said this, AIO's face blackened with rage. He looked clearly unhappy. Every Origin King Realm Master was a high and mighty figure. Even if they acted modestly before Zuoda, that was out of respect for him. When Yang Kai said that he would act as Zuoda's bodyguard for 1,000 years, it was already an extremely unbelievable and unbearable proposition from AIO's point of view. If it was him in place of Yang Kai, he couldn't agree no matter what. But not only was Zuoda not satisfied with this, but he also wanted Yang Kai to be at his beck and call. He wasn't asking for a bodyguard but a servant. A bodyguard was only responsible for Zuoda's safety, but a servant was different. The servant would need to complete all kinds of Zuoda's orders, giving up his dignity completely. It was an insult to the Origin King Realm Masters. It was a blatant show of disrespect. AIO2 was an Origin King Realm Master, and a second-order Origin King at that, just like Yang Kai. He was deeply affected by this situation as if he himself was experiencing it, which inevitably made him furious. Yang Kai, on the other hand, agreed without a moment of hesitation. Zuoda hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so readily. He thought that Yang Kai would bargain with him back and forth. He proposed it to get as much benefit as possible. He even had several backup plans in his mind. For instance, how many times Yang Kai would have to follow his orders unconditionally. But it never ever crossed his mind that he might not even get to use them. He was stunned for a moment. However, he soon opened his mouth and proposed again. 1,000 years aren't enough. 2,000 years. Okay. Yang Kai agreed again without thinking. Grandmaster Zuoda, AIO suddenly shouted in a deep and reverberating voice. Aren't you going a bit overboard with this proposal? He finally couldn't hold the anger in his heart. Even when Zuoda arrived late to Water Sky City, AIO had not taken it to his heart. Even when he threatened AIO to agree to Xueyu's marriage, AIO had still put up with it. But now, Zuoda was practically trying to take the lion's share. He had directly increased 1,000 years to 2,000 years. Who could bear the fetters for 2 millennia? AIO couldn't put up with it anymore. In any case, Yang Kai proposed to compete with Zuoda in alchemy for Gu Bai Hu. Although AIO had no idea why Yang Kai wanted to do this, he was still very grateful to him. Regardless of whether it could be done or not, he owed Yang Kai a favor, a very big favor. Was there another second-order Origin King in the world who was willing to use his freedom to do someone's bidding for 2,000 years? He was the only one in the world. Therefore, AIO stepped up without a moment of hesitation, changing his previous attitude and accusing Zuoda. If he didn't even have such courage and determination, then he didn't deserve to be the president of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Zuoda sneered. He agreed to it himself, President AIO. Why are you worried? Yang Kai looked at AIO and gave him a calm smile. President AIO, please wait a moment. Although I agreed for 2,000 years, whether Grandmaster could live for so long still remains unknown. He was indirectly cursing Zuoda's early death. Zuoda was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Moreover, he had already lived for a long time. Otherwise, he won't have been an Origin King grade alchemist. The next 2,000 years were indeed a long way for him. Zuoda couldn't help but scowl. He let out a cold snort and retort. Rest assured, this old man will try his best to survive for another 2,000 years for today's bet. I hope so. Yang Kai smiled. Aio sighed. Surprisingly, he raised his hand and patted Yang Kai. Brother Yang, you and I are brothers from now on. This AI has etched today's events in his mind. Hee hee. The corner of Yang Kai's lips couldn't help but twitch. Yang Kai's current feeling was too hard to describe. He was feeling extremely conflicted. His emotions were in turmoil. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He immediately diverted the topic and said, now that this Yang's ante is set, what about grandmasters? Zuoda's expression immediately turned cold. He promptly asked, what ante do you think is suitable for this old man? Yang Kai smiled. Since this Yang has used his own personal freedom, Grandmaster should do the same for the sake of fairness. Zuoda furrowed his brow, but he didn't agree right away. What's wrong? Does Grandmaster dare not fulfill it? Does Grandmaster have no confidence in his alchemy and thinks that he will lose to this Yang? Yang Kai fanned the flames. Bullshit. Zuoda immediately blew his top. When it comes to alchemy, this old man will not lose to anyone. But if you think you can make this old man agree using provocation, it's useless. Tsk tisk? Yang Kai clucked his tongue, deliberately acting ambiguously. Ah, Grandmaster can't afford to lose? Is that it? Forget it then. There is no need to be so angry. I also don't want you to bet your freedom for the little years you have. In that case, how about you refine 100 Origin King grade pills every year for the rest of Grandmaster's life? 100 pills a year? Zuoda's face reddened in anger. Don't you think you are trying to take the lion's share? Before Yang Kai could say anything, Zhong Ao, who had been standing on the sidelines till now, sneered and said, Grandmaster, how can you say this? Yang Kai has bet his 2,000 years of freedom. He is a second Origin King Master. Grandmaster, don't you think you should come up with equal stakes? 100 Origin King grade pills a year is nothing for Grandmaster, but 2,000 years of freedom is very significant for Yang Kai. Grandmaster, you can be considered to be a man of noble character and high prestige, yet you have been doing not this, not that. Are you trying to take advantage of your old age? Zhong Ao had been watching the show from the sidelines for a long time. He already couldn't take it long ago. At first, he still respected Zuoda as an alchemist even though he despised Zuoda's character. But now it had become apparent to him that this old guy's character was worse than he had thought. In contrast, Yang Kai's charm was simply boundless. The sliver of respect he had for Zuoda had vanished in a puff of smoke. Zuoda wasn't affected by Zhong Ao's words at all. He sneered and said, in this old man's opinion, his freedom is not worth a penny. But this old man has to refine 100 Origin King grade pills every year. That's nerve-wracking. God knows how many people would die for just one pill. You are right. Much to everyone's surprise, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Well then, I don't want you to refine 100 pills a year. How about 80? 50? Not a pill more. Zuoda waved his hand. 55? 70? 60. Deal. Under everyone's dumbstruck gazes. The two bickered and haggled back and forth before finally agreeing on 60 Origin King grade pills a year. Although it was less than half of what Yang Kai proposed, 60 Origin King grade pills was also a huge fortune. In the entire star field, just an Origin King grade pill was enough to make people fight and kill for it. Only a Grandmaster like Zuoda could talk about 100 or 60 of them so easily. Kid. After the stakes were agreed, a grim look seemed to have appeared on Zuoda's face. He looked at Yang Kai with a hideous smile. Today, the gamble between you and I is decided in front of President AIO and many Origin-grade alchemists. If you dare not admit it after losing, then rest assured President AIO has a big reputation in Starfield. He always acts impartially, unlike someone who deceives the public with false reputation. I want to ask him to be the arbiter. If you or I don't fulfill the stakes after losing, I ask President AIO to kill him on the spot. Xianxia suggested with a smile hanging on his lips. Zuoda's face immediately darkened. A sliver of fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If AIO really decided to kill him, he would not see the light of the next day no matter what. After giving it a second thought, he said in a grave voice, "It's not that this old man suspects President AIO's character. It's just that Your Excellency is a second-order origin kingmaster, just like President AIO. If you tried to escape, President AIO might not be able to stop you." AIO's face grew cold. Just when he was about to say something, subtle energy fluctuations appeared in the void as a figure emerged out of nowhere. A smile was hanging on that figure's face that made everyone bask in warmth. His hair and beard was all white, but his complexion was extremely ruddy, giving everyone the impression that he was a young man. And standing straight with the sheathed sword hanging on his back, his entire figure gave everyone the impression of a peerless blade with a hidden edge. It was exceptionally daunting. The figure, carrying its hands behind the back, walked down the air step by step and said with a smile, "If AIO can't stop him, I will intercept him myself. Is that okay with you, Grandmaster Zuoda?" The crowd only reacted after hearing this man's voice. They immediately looked for the source. And when they saw his face, AIO couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. "Marshal Uncle Long, how come you are here?" Marshal Uncle Long. AIO's address made everyone immediately realize the identity of this man. The only third-order origin kingmaster of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. One of the prominent figures standing at the peak of the star field, Long Tianshang. Just how Purple Star had Master Lunatic, the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had Long Tianshang. These two were fearsome figures that could shake the entire universe. However, Long Tianshang's fame was far greater than Master Lunatic because, when Long Tianshang had just advanced to the third-order origin king realm 1,000 years ago, he went to a cultivation star for some reason and slaughtered dozens of small and large sects there, creating rivers of blood and mountains of corpses in a radius of thousands of miles on that cultivation star. It was just like a hell on earth. Long Tianshang's notoriety had spread far and wide after that battle. Everyone in the star field would turn pale whenever they talked about him. No one had any idea what conflicts or grievances Long Tianshang had with the sects he wiped out. The only thing that got around was that it was related to a woman. Since then, Ling Tianshang had gone into hiding and no one had seen him in the last 1,000 years, but everyone knew that he was guarding Water Moonstar and was in a retreat somewhere on it. No one had ever thought that he would show up today. No one dared to be inattentive to a third-order origin king expert. Everyone cupped their fists and bowed to him. Even someone as arrogant as Zuoda was not exempted from the conventions. Long Tianshang chuckled and cupped his fists back to Zuoda before speaking in a calm manner. "Grandmaster still hasn't changed even after all these years. This Tianshang is very glad. Elder Long is too kind." Zuoda nodded. "Marshal Uncle Long, what made you come out today?" AIO asked in surprise. Others might not have an idea about Long Tianshang's temper, but he had a pretty good idea. In the entire star field, he was the only one who had the most contacts with Long Tianshang. Generally, even he would have a hard time meeting Long Tianshang. More often than not, he would have the door slammed on his face even when he went to greet him, leaving him no choice but to leave dejected. How could he have known that Long Tianshang would show up today? Long Tianshang's appearance caught even him by surprise. "I came to join in the fun." Long Tianshang chuckled. His temperament was quite extraordinary, giving everyone the feeling of showering in a spring breeze. Anyone who saw him would involuntarily develop a sense of intimacy. While speaking, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia. "You must be Xianxia. I can call you by your name. That's not a problem, is it?" "Not at all." Xianxia smiled and nodded his acknowledgement. "Aha, you are very good. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will be your ally from now on. You can come whenever you want. We are all family from now on," Long Tianshang said with a smile. "Thank you very much, Senior. This junior will definitely treat this as half my home." Xianxia immediately made the most of it. How could the nearby Shui Yu not know what Xianxia meant? Her pretty eyes immediately flickered with shyness and happiness. On the other hand, Suoda's face couldn't help but turn ugly when he saw Long Tianshan say so. Long Tianshan might not have said much, but judging by these words alone, it was quite evident that he was pretty dissatisfied with Suoda's conduct. Otherwise, why would he be so close to Yang Kai? But, so what? In theory, a third-order origin king and I have the same status. Thus, Suoda didn't care too much about it. That's better. Long Tianshan nodded his acknowledgement. He seemed pretty satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. He then chuckled and immediately switched the topic. That being said, you have made a bet with Grandmaster Suoda today. Since this king has come to join in the excitement, if you don't admit it after you lose, this king won't sit by. This king will truly kill you if you try to escape. He said it with a smile. There wasn't the slightest bit of murderous intent in his tone. Yet despite that, the listeners couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. With a third-order origin king master presiding over this, who would dare to repudiate the bet? It was tantamount to courting death. Senior, don't worry. This junior is an honest boy. I will never go back on my word. I hope so. Long Tianshan then turned to Suoda again. Grandmaster, what about you? Do you still worry even after this Long is presiding over this? It's more than enough. Suoda nodded. Since that's the case, you guys can start. It's been a long time since I saw such an interesting thing. This Long also wants to watch a good show. Long Tianshan smiled before he vanished like a puff of smoke. He disappeared just like that. But everyone knew that he didn't go far. Because his words had put too much pressure on others, he had taken the initiative to leave. Brother Yang, do you really want to do this? Aio gazed at Yang Kai with a serious look on his face. In his heart, he didn't want Yang Kai to compete with Suoda in alchemy. He was grateful for Yang Kai's proposal but was also feeling helpless. In his opinion, it was no different than a 3-year-old child comparing strength against an adult. The former had no chance of winning. On the other hand, Brother Yang sounded pretty jarring to Yang Kai. But he couldn't bluntly point it out, so he was left with no choice but to pretend to be indifferent. So he nodded and said, Since Senior Long is already here, does this junior still have any chance to regret? No, you don't. Long Tianshan's loud laughter immediately echoed from the void. His laughter seemed to be filled with schadenfreude, making Shui Yu grind her teeth in anger. Sigh! Aio heaved a heavy sigh. Since that's the case, you guys should begin. Aio, Marshal Uncle Long, and the Grandmasters, we all will be the witnesses. He knew that since things had reached this point, he was completely powerless to turn them back. However, he also secretly made up his mind that if Yang Kai really lost, he would help Yang Kai escape even if it cost him his reputation. In any case, Yang Kai had jumped into this muddy water because of Gu Baihu. However, he still couldn't figure out why Yang Kai did this. Haha! You are so dead now. Zhan Yuan, who was standing by Suoda's side, started laughing like a villain. Honored teacher, you don't need to hold back. You should let him know that you, sir, are the best alchemist in the world. Humph, you didn't have to say it. Suoda let out a cold snort. He squinted his eyes half and said, gazing at Yang Kai, how do you want to compete with this old man? Don't think that this old man is bullying you. The content of the competition will be up to you. No matter what kind of pill you decide, this old man will take it. He looked at Yang Kai in disdain, assuming the appearance that the victory was already within his grasp. How ridiculous! There is actually such an idiot who wants to compete with me in alchemy? I will let you know how to write the word serve later. This Yang had declared the content of the competition already. We will refine the soul source restoration pill. Yang Kai smiled. Impossible! Before Suoda could speak anything, Aio suddenly interrupted with a shout, looking at Yang Kai with a solemn look. Brother Yang, choose another pill. Soul source restoration pill is really a very high-level pill. It's a mid-rank Origin King grade pill, and you need to be an Origin King grade alchemist to refine it. A high-rank Origin grade alchemist is completely ill-equipped to refine it. He would only be wasting the herbs. Yang Kai's martial Dao cultivation is very high despite his young age. He must have devoted all his time to the martial Tao, so how could he have reached high level in alchemy? Even if he is an alchemy prodigy, it's still impossible to be an Origin King grade alchemist. If he chose the soul source restoration pill for the competition, he has already lost before competing. AIO was grateful to Xianxia for considering Gu Baihu, but he couldn't let him jump into the fiery pit, no matter what. If he really let Xianxia do so, then he would become someone else. Therefore, he rejected it and said, eagerly looking at Xianxia, "How about you choose the Yuan restoring pill? Everyone has used this pill a lot and they can tell the difference between good and bad." Yuan restoring pill was a pill used by low-level cultivators to restore their Saint Qi. It was only a low-rank Saint grade pill. AIO believed that Xianxia should be able to refine it. And as long as he could refine it, he still had a chance. And if by some fluke of luck he refined it with pill veins, he just might win. Zhong Ao also nodded in agreement. He too felt that Yuan restoring pill was more appropriate. He knew that Xianxia had some alchemy skill and that Xianxia had even refined a pill with pill clouds. It would certainly not be difficult for him to refine Yuan restoring pill with pill veins. Since Zuode let Xianxia decide the content of the competition, then such an excellent chance could not be wasted in vain. Zhan Yuan immediately stepped up and said, "Since someone wants to choose the soul source restoration pill, he must be pretty confident in refining it. This Zhan isn't talented and hopes to have the chance to observe and emulate your excellency's alchemy skill. TCH, it's really rare to see someone refine an Origin King grade pill. What does everyone think?" Just as he said this, every alchemist present here looked excited. They too wanted to observe and emulate the refining of an Origin King grade pill. Between Yuan restoring pill and soul source restoration pill, they were more inclined toward the latter. So after hearing Zhan Yuan, they all agreed immediately. AIO flew into a rage. His majestic eyes focused on Zhan Yuan as the latter couldn't help but shrink his neck. Perplexed, Zhan Yuan forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry, President AIO, but as an alchemist, this Zhan only considered it as my own perspective. It was indeed my oversight, but most of us here want this. If Sir President likes, you can ask them." "No need. I choose the soul source restoration pill." Xianxia waved his hand. "Have you thought it through?" Zuodu asked in a cold voice. "Grandmaster doesn't look confident?" Xianxia smiled. "This old man is afraid that you won't be able to smile in the future." Zuodu coldly snorted and said, "Don't think for a moment that I don't know what you are doing. Forget it. This old man will refine a soul source restoration pill as per your wish." Even to this point, he still believed that Xianxia was using his freedom in exchange for the chance to cure Gu Baihu. He thought that everything Xianxia did was only for the soul source restoration pill. It never ever crossed his mind that Xianxia could refine the Origin King grade pills. "President AIO, please take out the materials," Zuodu said to AIO. AIO furrowed his brow and said, "I only have one set for materials. I can provide the other ingredients, but I only have one 7-colored Elk's monster core. I'm afraid you two can't compete to refine the soul source restoration pill." "This old man doesn't care." Zuodu shook his head. From the start, these ingredients were prepared for this old man. As for where he will get his ingredients, that's his business. If he can't even gather the materials, then it will be considered as his defeat. "Grandmaster, if that's the case, wouldn't you be winning without competing?" AIO looked extremely dissatisfied. "He's going to get his lesson." Zuodu remained unmoved. He even sneered and added, "Youngsters are always arrogant. They don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth goes. Only after the hammer of experience hammered this into them do they become mature and stable. Let it be a lesson for him. Elder Long, what do you think?" Zuodu looked towards the void and asked. After a long silence, Long Tiang's nonchalant voice echoed from the void. "Grandmaster is right. AIO, give the ingredients you have prepared to Grandmaster." "Martial uncle." AIO was quite shocked when he heard this. If so, then Xianxia would have no hope of winning at all. The ingredients for the soul source restoration pill were incomplete. How was he going to complete then? AIO knew how difficult it was to find that 7-colored Elk's monster core. Even after mobilizing the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, he could only find one with most of its energy depleted. There was absolutely no second one in the world. Since Yang Kai insists, he must have something to rely upon. Maybe he has another set of ingredients. You can hand over the ones you have prepared to Grandmaster Wuda. Long Tian Shang's voice echoed from the void. Ao was taken aback when he heard this. He immediately turned to Yang Kai, looking at him with an inquiring look on his face. Yang Kai pursed his lips into a smile as a glittering seven-colored monster core appeared in his palm with a flip of his hand. The seven-colored glow was a lot brighter than Aio's monster core. He does have it, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Many alchemists were staring greedily at the monster core in Yang Kai's hands. If the two monster cores were put together, they were almost identical except, why do I think that this one is a bit different than the one taken out by President Aio? Someone mumbled to himself, confused. It's indeed a bit different. It looks the same, but there are some subtle differences. Is this really a seven-colored elk's monster core? This is the monster core of a mutated seven-colored elk. It is not a primordial monster per se, but that monster beast also had a sliver of seven-colored elk's bloodline. Yang Kai explained with a smile. It had been in his space ring for many years. It belonged to a mutated seven-colored elk that he had hunted on the prairie just outside the Emperor Garden when he went there back in the past. It had never come in handy. He had never thought that it would be used for competition today. So that's how it is. What a shame. Zhong Ao heaved a sigh. Why? Ao had already regarded Yang Kai as one of his own. When he heard Zhong Ao say so, he couldn't help but ask. Nervous. Seven-colored elk's monster core is one of the main ingredients for refining the soul source restoration pill. Although the one in Yang Kai's hand does meet the requirements, it does so barely, it's impure. It would be much more difficult to refine. And even though most of the energy of the one gathered by the president is depleted, it's the real deal. If that one is used, it would undoubtedly provide an edge, explained Zhong Ao. He was a high-rank origin-grade alchemist. He might not be able to refine the soul source restoration pill, but as the one who suggested this pill recipe, he naturally had done quite some research. Everything he said was definitive. Aio's face couldn't help but turn ugly when he heard him say so. Haha. You want to use a defective monster core to compete with this old man? Zhuda broke into laughter. Kid. This old man advises you to give it up before you embarrass yourself. If the defective one isn't enough, what if I add this? Yang Kai smiled as another thing appeared in his hand. Just as it appeared, an odd fragrance permeated into the surroundings. Everyone who smelled it felt their head cleared up. Many of the negative emotions in their hearts were driven away. A matching heart. Zhong Ao's eyes lit up. He immediately smacked his thigh and said, smiling, "That's better. Now you both are on the same starting line." Ao was pleasantly surprised. He knew full well that, with the assistance of the matching heart, Yang Kai's disadvantage would be wiped out instantly. Zhuda's expression couldn't help but darken. He immediately insulted. You hunted a mutated seven-colored elk. How surprising. Be that as it may, do you really think that you can defeat this old man with your alchemy skills? This old man will give you one last chance to throw in the towel and save yourself the embarrassment. You won't get another chance. This Yang also gives Grandmaster one last chance. Otherwise, this competition will leave a lifelong stain on Grandmaster. It will damage your reputation. Yang Kai retorted. Humph, there is no point in talking with you. Since you have the ingredients, let's start. This old man will make you accept defeat. Yang Kai turned to Ao and said, cupping his fists, May I request President Ao to pick a suitable location? The Alchemist Pavilion is not far from here. The Alchemist Pavilion has genuine earthfire, as well as Origin King-grade alchemy furnaces. Ao immediately led the way while speaking. Everyone else closely followed him after. All the Origin-grade alchemists had their blood pumping at the moment. Their faces were flushed all over. They were unable to hold their excitement. They immediately gathered around Grandmaster Wuda, taking advantage of this opportunity to ask him some questions. It wasn't easy to meet an Origin King-grade alchemist just because they saw him. Today was their lucky day, and how could they not take advantage of this? Despite Zuoda's characters, his alchemy skill spoke for itself. Just a few pointers from him had helped Zhang Yuan advance to mid-rank Origin-grade alchemist. There were many self-proclaimed genius alchemists here who believed themselves to be much more talented than Zhang Yuan. If they could get a few advice from Zuoda, they would definitely make the most of it. Perhaps Zuoda wanted to maintain his own image. He answered all the questions and problems raised by the alchemists without withholding anything. He didn't reject anyone. Many people had benefited a lot from this and felt extremely grateful. Only Zhong Ao followed Yang Kai's side, regardless of the hustle and bustle on that side. The villainous Zhang Yuan kept glancing at Yang Kai from time to time with a schadenfreude smile hanging on his face. "Honored teacher, your student encountered a problem a few days ago. I don't know how to solve it. Can the honored teacher clear my doubt?" Zhang Yuan asked in a loud voice all of a sudden. Many alchemists perked their ears, wondering what exactly Zhang Yuan wanted to ask. "Oh? What's the problem? Let's hear it," Zuoda calmly asked. "There is an ignorant boy who has just stumbled onto the alchemic way and wants to compete with your student in alchemy, hoping to win. Your student is wondering whether I should compete with that guy or not. After all, your student doesn't want to bully him. But if I don't agree, he will think that your student's skills aren't that good. This really has put me in a jam. What's to think about it? An alchemist's honor cannot be desecrated. He must be taught a hard lesson. He must be taught that the alchemic way is not something a nobody can dabble in." Zhang Yuan looked as if he was stuck with a sudden realization. He cupped his fists and said, "So that's how it is. Thank you very much for your valuable lesson. Your student understands now." Shuiyu, who was walking by Yang Kai's side, flew into a rage just as she heard this. She ground her teeth in anger so hard that they were creaking. Yang Kai held a very high position in her heart, and even Aio didn't hold such a high position. And when Zuoda called Yang Kai a nobody, she immediately blew her top. If it not for Zuoda's identity, Shuiyu would have immediately cut him down. Some Origin-grade alchemists furrowed their brow. They didn't like Zuoda's remark. It didn't suit someone of Zuoda's status to speak like this. But no matter how much they didn't like it, all they could do was ignore it. There were even some Origin-grade alchemists who started laughing to flatter Zuoda. Everyone was extremely fast. In just 15 minutes, they had arrived before a palace that was surrounded by spirit array. Aio immediately opened the way through the barriers with a wave of his hand before leading everyone inside. "What an intense fire!" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice as a look of surprise appeared on his face. He could feel the pure and intense fire element floating in the air. It wasn't any worse than the high heaven sex earth lung fire pond. "This is my Water Sky City's alchemist pavilion," Aio explained with a smile. "There is a top-class earth fire vein below the alchemist pavilion. All the alchemists of my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce refine their pills here." Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. He immediately knew why the alchemists accompanying them didn't look surprised at all. All of them were alchemists of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, they came here often and were long used to it. "Country boy," Zhang Yuan didn't give up the chance to mock Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai couldn't help but snort upon hearing this. "Sir President, what are you doing here?" As soon as the group walked into the alchemist pavilion, an old man wearing alchemist's robes came over and asked doubtfully. Aio bitterly smiled as he gave a brief rundown. "What? Someone actually wants to compete with Grandmaster Zuoda in alchemy?" The old man cried out loud. In a flash, countless doors in the alchemist pavilion flew open as disheveled and shriveled alchemists rushed out of their respective alchemy rooms, one after another. All of them looked like starving beggars. Someone rushed out from the crowd and shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Where's the Grandmaster? Where is the Grandmaster?" And just as they saw Zuoda, they huddled around and bowed in unison. "Greetings, Zuoda." Zuoda too put on an approachable appearance as he greeted in return. Yang Kai was secretly shocked at the sight of this. He counted no fewer than 70 alchemists, who had rushed out of the alchemist pavilion. Every alchemist was of Saint King grade level or above. Their level might not be that high, but their numbers could not be underestimated. Furthermore, this was just from the ground level of the alchemist pavilion, that's all. As he spread his divine sense, Xianxia sensed that the alchemist pavilion still had 8 underground levels. So to say, this alchemist pavilion had 9 levels. And different levels of alchemists were refining pills on every level. There might be 400 to 500 alchemists in the alchemist pavilion alone. This was one of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's heritage. These 400 to 500 alchemists refined countless pills for the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce every year. In a flash, Zuoda's surroundings were bustling with noise and excitement, forming a very sharp contrast to Xianxia, who was in the front. And after they came to learn that Xianxia was actually going to compete with Zuoda in alchemy, those alchemists, who were ignorant of the truth, glared at Xianxia with gazes filled with righteous indignation as if Xianxia had desecrated something. AIO waved his hand to avoid embarrassing Xianxia, leading everyone down. Just as Xianxia had sensed, the alchemist pavilion was divided into 9 levels. The lower the level was, the more intense the power of earthfire was, and the higher the level of alchemists could refine pills in there. Every time they went down a level, the number of alchemists following behind them increased. Over 500 alchemists were following AIO by the time they reached the 9th level. This was giving AIO a pretty big headache. He wanted to send them back to refine their own pills, but he just couldn't open his mouth. He knew very well how high was Zuoda's position in their hearts and how tempting the chance to see an Origin King-grade alchemist refine the pill was. These stubborn alchemists might not obey his orders even if he tried to use force. All he could do was leave it alone. He then whispered to Xianxia, "Brother Yang, there is no pressure. I too hadn't expected things to become so big. You can treat these guys as roadside pebbles." Xianxia smiled. "President AIO, don't worry. These guys are nothing to me." "That's better." AIO couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "Since we are here, let's start," Zuoda shouted aloud. He then turned to look at the hundreds of alchemists and said with a smile, "Fellow alchemists, I will be competing with this kid in alchemy today. There might be a reason for it, but it's also true that this old man is bullying here. This old man is ashamed of this." Zuoda's words gained the favor of the alchemists who were unaware of the truth. Some of them immediately shouted aloud, "Since someone is so full of himself, Grandmaster doesn't need to blame himself. It's okay to teach him a lesson." "That's right. Grandmaster is a noble character of high prestige. It's really outrageous that someone would actually dare to compete with you in alchemy. How about Grandmaster take a break and let me compete on your behalf? I won't let Grandmaster down." Someone even volunteered for it. These alchemists, who came to join in the fun, were completely unaware of the truth. They didn't even know what pill they were going to be refining. They just came here because of Zuoda's fame. So naturally, they didn't have a good impression of Xianxia. In their opinion, competing with Zuoda in alchemy in itself was completely intolerable. Most of the 500 or so alchemists glared at Xianxia in anger and disdain. They could not wait to swallow him whole in one go. Xianxia smiled at the sight of this. Zuoda smiled and said, "Everyone, this old man appreciates your kindness. However, this old man really has to personally make a move for this because this kid is competing with this old man to refine the Soul Source Restoration pill." "What? Soul Source Restoration pill? Isn't that an Origin King grade pill? Grandmaster is actually going to refine a pill of this level? How lucky! Is this guy also an Origin King grade alchemist? He doesn't look like it." The crowd of alchemists broke into a lively discussion. It immediately became quite noisy. Okay. Break it up, will you?" AIO shouted aloud as his face turned ugly. "Grandmasters Zuoda and Xianxia are about to start refining. All of you are alchemists. Don't you know that one should not be disturbed during alchemy? Please don't make any more noise. Otherwise, don't blame this AI for not showing leniency." As soon as AIO said this, the noisy hall immediately turned silent. Zuoda smiled and said, "Everyone, just don't make any noise. It's not a problem if you want to observe and emulate." Many alchemists beamed with joy and looked at Zuoda with gratitude as soon as Zuoda said this. "President AIO, Please hand this old man the ingredients for refining the soul source restoration pill, and also prepare a copy of the same for the kid, Swada said aloud. But of course. AIO immediately nodded upon hearing this. He then took out many ingredients from his space ring, divided them into two, and gave them to Xianxia and Zwada. The two sets of ingredients were basically the same. The only difference was that the one given to Zwada had a 7-colored Elk's monster core. After the ingredients were finalized, AIO said, "This is the 9th level of the Alchemist Pavilion. The earth fire is the most intense here. Refining pills here can help alchemists save a lot of time and energy. You can choose the best suitable location for you. Dragon head-like things could be seen here and there on the 9th level. The dragon heads weren't that big, but their jaws happened to be open and they could be controlled by a nearby spirit array. Once the spirit array was turned on, the power of earth fire could be drawn from the ground and out of the dragon head. It could also control the fire's power, which was extremely convenient." Obviously, Zwada was familiar with this place. After hearing AIO, he made his way straight to a dragon head and started making preparations. Over 500 alchemists also rushed over and stood 20 feet away from him, forming a circle around him. Their eyes were completely glued on Zwada. AIO came to Xianxia's side and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yang, do you want to use a room? Although this place is pretty wide, there are many people here. I'm afraid you will inevitably be disturbed." "No need." Xianxia shook his head and said, smiling, "If I took the room, these people will not be able to see how I refine the pill. I'm afraid they will suspect me of doing something." You have a point." AIO furrowed his brow tightly. "But can you really refine the soul source restoration pill?" He didn't believe it from the beginning to the end. But Xianxia clearly looked calm and unperturbed, which naturally made him a little suspicious. Could he be an Origin King grade alchemist and had also made great progress in martial Dao? Just as this idea popped in AIO's mind, AIO denied this notion because it was too unrealistic. "President AIO, just wait and watch." Xianxia pursed his lips into a smile. AIO said nothing more. On the other side, Zhan Yuan's voice suddenly came with a sense of schadenfreude. "Friend, honored teacher asked me to ask you, do you want to borrow an Origin King grade alchemy furnace? You need to know that a good alchemy furnace can also increase the success rate in alchemy. Although you might be unable to start up the Origin King grade alchemy furnace with your ability, the honored teacher is compassionate. It's okay for you to use it. This Yang appreciates Grandmaster's kind intention. As for Origin King grade alchemy furnace, I too have one." Xianxia said with a laugh and took out his purple origin furnace from his space ring. He brought this thing from the Emperor Garden as well. It was something that was tens of thousands of years old. At that time, a pill with pill clouds was lying in this purple origin furnace. When Xianxia took out the purple origin furnace, all the alchemists gathered on Zwada's side could not help but cry in surprise. But soon, everyone suppressed their cry of surprise as they looked at Xianxia's purple origin furnace with a greedy and covetous gaze. They could not keep their eyes away from it. All of them were alchemists. Naturally, they could tell that the purple origin furnace was extraordinary. Purple clouds were lingering around the furnace. And the moment the furnace was taken out, all the alchemists on the 9th floor could smell the pill fragrance permeating in the air. In just one glance, they could tell that many top-class pills had been refined in this furnace. Is he really an alchemist? Zhan Yuan was also dumbstruck. If he is not an alchemist, how did he come to own an Origin King grade alchemy furnace? But soon, he concluded that Xianxia might have gotten it accidentally as a war trophy. After all, Xianxia was strong. He faced many crises and went through many adventures every year. As a second-order Origin King master, there might be all kinds of things lying in his space ring. Damn it! He is just a cultivator and actually has an Origin King grade alchemy furnace, while a promising and rising alchemist like me is only using a mid-rank Origin grade alchemy furnace. Zhan Yuan ground his teeth in hatred. He believed that the purple origin furnace in Xianxia's hand was like casting pearls before swine. He could not help but rush to snatch it from Xianxia's hand. Having considered all of this, Zhan Yuan started making plans on how to take Xianxia's purple origin furnace. Would it be too much to add another bet at this moment? He was lost in various fancies and conjectures. He couldn't help it. Your pill furnace is pretty good. Zhong Ao raised his brow. Judging by its primitive aura, I'm afraid it's quite old, am I right? From several hundred alchemists, only Zhong Ao was standing by Yang Kai's side. He didn't go to watch Zuoda. It's indeed very old. I only got it by accident. But, Grandmaster Zhong Ao, I hope you are not eyeing my alchemy furnace. I only have this one. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhong Ao immediately pursed his lips upon hearing this. Ao broke into laughter and said, Let it be. I remember that there is an ownerless origin king-grade alchemy furnace lying in Water Sky City's treasury. I will send it to Grandmaster Zhong Ao tomorrow. Because of today's incident, Ao had become very friendly to Zhong Ao because he firmly stood by Yang Kai's side from the beginning to the end. Zhong Ao immediately smiled and cupped his fists as he thanked. Thank you very much, President Ao. A hero deserves a good sword. Just as several people were talking, Zhanyon's voice echoed from that side as he yelled, Friend, honored teacher said that there is too big of a gap between him and you. And since there is no time limit for this competition, as long as you refine the soul source restoration pill, the honored teacher will admit defeat. This junior thanks Grandmaster for his kind intentions. This junior will try his very best. Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked loudly. Zhan Yuan responded with a sneer. Aio's face turned serious as he shouted in a low voice, Since both of you are ready, let the competition begin. Just as he said, a scorching heatwave suddenly spread from Zuoda's side. Obviously, the spirit array was started up, drawing the power of earth fire. Yang Kai, don't be nervous. It's no big deal to lose, Shuiyu said with concern. There was one thing she didn't say. If Yang Kai really lost, she would do anything to take Yang Kai out of Water Sky City even if she had to risk her life. In any case, she couldn't let him be a slave for 2 millennia. She believed that her father would not ignore it. I'm not nervous. Yang Kai nodded. However, can you stand a bit back? I can't work if you keep standing here. I'm sorry. I forgot. Ao and the others were rendered speechless. They hurriedly retreated. In a flash, the 9th level of the Alchemist Pavilion was divided into 2. One was centered around Zuoda. Over 500 alchemists of Saint King grade or above had formed a large circle around Zuoda, staring their eyes out at Zuoda, lest they missed any details. And the other was around Yang Kai. But compared to all the hubbub around Zuoda, it looked extremely desolate here. There were only Ao, Shuiyu, and Zhong Ao around Yang Kai, that's all. The trio looked extremely nervous, worrying about gains and losses. Ao and Shuiyu exchanged glances with each other from time to time, as if they were exchanging something ulterior. Suddenly, some unsuppressed exclaims rose from Zuoda's side. Zuoda opened the alchemy furnace in front of him before throwing the already prepared herbs skillfully into the pill furnace by Zuoda. With one hand, he was throwing the herbs inside, with the other, he was controlling the heat. His every action was extremely fluid, simple, and eye-catching, fascinating the 500 or so alchemists so much that they forgot Aio's previous warning for the moment. As expected of the Grandmaster, he actually put the Eternal Water Orchid and Blue Heart Fruit together. I can't even think of doing it even in my dreams. Strange. The seagrass and red flameflower have opposite attributes. Putting them one after another will ruin their efficacy. Shouldn't he refine one first before putting the other one? What do you know? Grandmaster has his own reasons for doing this. Didn't you notice that when Grandmaster placed the seagrass into the furnace, he activated the spirit array inside the pill furnace with his Saint Chi? I'm afraid the 2 herbs had already merged perfectly. So that's how it is. Grandmaster seems to be too fast. My eyes can't keep up with him. I'm so ashamed. Hee hee. What's there to be ashamed of before the Grandmaster? You better keep watching. Today's gain will surely be the blessing of my life. Zuoda was a veteran origin king grade alchemist. Zuoda might have agreed to compete with Yang Kai in anger, but once he entered the alchemy zone, he became as calm as an ancient dried up well. All the sound around him disappeared. All in his eyes was the heat, timing, pill furnace, and ingredients. Everything else was already thrown aside. Just like this, Zhuode had the demeanor of an expert, and coupled with the fluent movements and the grasp of the timing of the fire, as well as his knowledge of alchemy, he had instantly conquered all the alchemists present, dazzling everyone. They all hoped to have these images and scenes last forever, never to end. Even though it was very loud and noisy around him, these noises failed to enter Zhuode's ears. He had entered a state of selflessness. Just by this point alone, it was quite evident that he had not become Origin King Great Alchemist by a fluke. He indeed had what it takes. Even the nearby Xianxia could not help but marvel at the sight of this scene. Martial Dao was just the same as alchemic Dao. Only when one put all their energy into it could they achieve something. A person who tried to pursue two things and aimed high could never go too far. Xianxia didn't waste any more time. Seeing that Zhuode had already started, he took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. In an instant, Xianxia's face turned serious as his pupils constricted. It seemed that there was only the pill furnace and the herbs in his eyes, and nothing else. Xianxia had also entered the selflessness state in an instant. The opponent was a veteran Origin King Great Alchemist. Naturally, he couldn't be half-assed about it. AIOs immediately lit up at the sight of this. He asked Zhong Ao in a low voice, pleasantly surprised, "Grandmaster Zhong, I think the air around Brother Yang is not worse than Zhuode's. He wouldn't happen to really be an alchemist." Zhong Ao smiled and whispered back, "Xianxia is an alchemist. This old man can guarantee this. Well, this old man has seen him refine the pills with his own eyes, and not just once. He had also refined a pill with pill clouds." "What?" AIO was taken aback. "He is so good? Grandmaster Zhong, you aren't lying to me, are you? How can this Zhong do that? Are you kidding me?" Zhong Ao's eyes turned dull as if he was recalling something. When that pill was being refined, this Zhong had been watching from the sidelines and had gained a lot. But what? But the level of that pill wasn't that high. It gave birth to pill clouds by some fluke of chance and coincidence. Zhong Ao said, going straight to the point, "The pill he is going to be refining today is the Soul Source Restoration pill. It's an Origin King grade pill. As for whether he can refine it or not, this Zhong can't say with certainty. But his alchemy technique and talent in alchemic Dao is absolutely second to none. President, look, As Zhong Ao was speaking, he saw Xianxia throw the material given to Xianxia by AIO continuously into the purple origin furnace. Unlike Grandmasters with his fluent and skillful movements, Xianxia was throwing herbs in a rather fast manner. He had thrown all of them almost in one go and closed the purple origin furnace's lid right away, without any fancy movements. Even people who didn't understand alchemy would find it disturbing. Shui Yu immediately grew worried. AIO was jaw-slacked as well. He looked completely speechless, but he still asked Zhong Ao, just in case, "Grandmaster Zhong, is there a point why Xianxia is doing like this?" "I don't know either." Zhong Ao looked a little puzzled. No alchemist threw all the herbs into the pill furnace at once. Every pill needed its ingredients to be put in a specific order to refine. And then there was the timing to put it in. Whenever a herb was put into the pill furnace, the alchemist had to expend his mind and energy to control the heat in the pill furnace and merge the medicinal liquid with appropriate methods. This was a gradual process, and the process had to be slow and meticulous. Only by doing this could the alchemist refine a good pill. He would ruin the herbs by doing this. Zhong Ao was growing anxious. Every herb responds to different temperatures differently. When he is going to draw the power of earth fire, he will be in a difficult situation. Even though the power of earth fire can be controlled, it definitely isn't as easy and flexible as the Saint Chi controlled by the cultivator himself. Didn't you see Grandmasters would constantly control the spirit array, change the size of the earth fire? Because of this, herbs are needed to be put in one by one. It isn't a hot pot. How can you throw it all at once? Did he give up because he knows he couldn't beat Zhuode? AIO thought of a possibility. Yang Kai proposed to compete with Zhude to refine the soul source restoration pill in order to save Gu Baihu. As long as Zhude agreed to this competition, Gu Baihu had hopes of waking up. Yang Kai's victory or defeat was another matter. He isn't this reckless. Just keep watching. Shui Yu bit her thin lips gently, her pretty eyes glued at Yang Kai. Her palms had become all sweaty. To everyone's dismay, Yang Kai still didn't turn on the spirit array to draw the power of earth fire after putting all the herbs. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat still in a cross-legged position, forming mysterious seals with his hands. This wasn't hidden from Zhan Yuan, who had been observing Yang Kai's movements. He couldn't help but laugh at the sight of this. I thought that he still had an inch of skill, but it turns out that he doesn't even know the most basic common sense of alchemy. He actually threw all the herbs into the pill furnace. Ha ha ha! When the alchemists by his side heard this, they looked at Yang Kai and shook their heads. Someone immediately said, "What a waste of so many good herbs. It's really hateful. In the eyes of alchemists, every good herb must be put to good use." Naturally, Yang Kai's wastefulness drew their ire and dissatisfaction. Alchemists, who were originally sympathizing with Yang Kai, were filled with resentment when this scene fell into their eyes. But right then, a scorching heatwave surged from Yang Kai's side. This scorching heatwave gave everyone a strange feeling. It seemed to be ever-changing, gentle yet violent. It was hard to see through it clearly. This feeling gave the impression that flames of different temperatures were gathered at one place, but they didn't conflict nor did they merge with each other. It was very weird. Where is this scorching heat coming from? That's weird. He is neither drawing the earth fire nor is he circulating Saint Qi. Where is this power coming from? Many alchemists looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. They were a little puzzled. Conflagrated knowledge C. Zhan Yuan was puzzled at first, but suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. He couldn't help but blurt in surprise, staring at Yang Kai with a fanatical and covetous gaze. What? So it is the conflagrated knowledge C? He has a conflagrated knowledge C? Each alchemist's mouth was agape. Their mouth was open so wide that an egg could be stuffed into their mouths. They all fixed their gazes at Yang Kai, one after another. Every alchemist looked extremely excited. The conflagrated knowledge C provided the most unique advantage to alchemists and artifact refiners. Alchemists and artifact refiners with conflagrated knowledge C could achieve twice the result with half the effort when refining pills or artifacts. This was common sense that everyone agreed with. But how many people in this world had conflagrated knowledge C? And how many of these people had the aptitude for alchemy and artifact refining? In those 500 or so alchemists, none of them possessed a conflagrated knowledge C, including Zhude. But Yang Kai had it. Even the extremely calm Zhude, who had entered a complete selfless state, couldn't help but raise his head and glanced at Yang Kai, looking at him with surprise. But soon, he withdrew his gazes and stopped paying attention to Yang Kai, because he knew that one had to focus on alchemy with undivided attention. Observing others would only mess with one's mind. So what if he has a conflagrated knowledge C? This old man has over 1,000 years of experience in alchemic Tao. Not many people have a conflagrated knowledge C in the entire starfield, and none of those that have it is an Origin King grade alchemist. And this old man is... Zhude was filled with disdain. Damn it! Zhan Yuan ground his teeth and cursed. He looked pretty annoyed, thinking that an excellent alchemist like him didn't have conflagrated knowledge C. But Yang Kai had it. And coupled with the Origin King grade alchemy furnace before, Zhan Yuan suddenly felt that the heavens must be jealous of his talents, and they were too unjust. If an Origin grade alchemist like me had the conflagrated knowledge C, I would definitely be able to reach the height of honored teacher in the future. No. I would definitely surpass the honored teacher and have unprecedented success. Only now did Zhan Yuan understand why Yang Kai had acted so bizarrely before. He actually has the conflagrated knowledge C, and it seems that his control over the conflagrated knowledge C has reached a high degree of proficiency. With this advantage, he can throw all the herbs into the pill furnace without any major problems. As long as he could divide his own conflagrated knowledge C well, He can control the heat of the melting point of each herb. Would this be difficult for a second-order origin kingmaster? Zhang Yuan gave it a thought and realized that it would be a piece of cake for Yang Kai. Sure enough, after Yang Kai stimulated his conflagrated knowledge AIO seemed to have realized something. The worry on his face was immediately gone and a smile appeared on his face instead. With the assistance of his conflagrated knowledge Yang Kai didn't need to draw the power of earth fire. He could feel that Yang Kai's divine sense was divided into countless strands. The intensity of every strand was different. The divided conflagrated knowledge poured into the pill furnace and wrapped the herbs he had put in before starting to refine them into medicinal liquid. The medicinal liquid refined by conflagrated knowledge was more pure and thorough than the one refined by earth fire. AIO even felt that Yang Kai's divine sense in the purple origin furnace was constantly changing as all kinds of complex spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the pill furnace. The speed was insanely fast, and during this, Yang Kai's hand seals were also constantly changing. His movements weren't that fast, and nor were they eye-catching, but those hand seals were extremely mysterious, as if they didn't belong to this world. Meanwhile, Zhong Ao's mind was completely immersed in Yang Kai's world. He was different from AIO. AIO was a layman who was simply enjoying the show. He could only see the general picture, but Zhong Ao was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. He could spy upon the profundity of the alchemic way from the changes in Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge the rise and fall of the spirit arrays in the pill furnace, and Yang Kai's various hand seals. He was immersed in his thoughts. The glow in his eyes started to change. He seemed to be swimming in the endless ocean of the alchemic Tao, ignoring everything else. The more he pondered, the more he gained. Yang Kai's mastery of timing and heat, or even the single change in Yang Kai's hand seal, would often touch the doubts in his heart, prompting him to find answers. On the 9th level of the alchemist pavilion, with the purple mist circling around the purple origin furnace and its lid shut tight, no one could see the changes happening inside, nor could they hear a single sound. As such, the 500 or so alchemists withdrew their gazes. Since they couldn't see anything on Yang Kai's side, all they could do was turn their attention back to Zhude. There weren't that many chances to observe and emulate an Origin King-grade alchemy grandmaster refine pills so closely. If they didn't cherish this opportunity, they would regret it for life. Furthermore, rumor had that Grandmaster Zhude was quite a pretentious man. Usually, even if these alchemists visited him in person, they might not even see a glance of Zhude. But thanks to Yang Kai, they had the chance to observe and emulate his alchemy skills. As this thought crossed everyone's mind, many people actually thanked Yang Kai in their hearts, though only slightly. At the same time, they sympathized with him as well. Even if he had the conflagrated knowledge he couldn't win against a veteran Origin King-grade alchemist. Time slowly went by as the entire 9th floor of the alchemist pavilion became shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. At first, the alchemists were often exclaiming and discussing a lot, admiring Zhude's amazing skills. But as time passed, everyone stopped talking. Everyone's attention was completely focused on the Zhude and the pill furnace before him. Many alchemists were absorbed in their enlightenment. Obviously, they had quite a bit of harvest, but they didn't have the time to understand it in depth. All they could do was suppress all of their ideas and thoughts for now and recall them later slowly. Gradually, medicinal fragrance started to permeate into the surroundings, rising from Zhude's pill furnace. The fragrance was light and refreshing. It seemed as if an invisible hand was caressing every alchemist. They appeared to be enjoying it. Zhang Yuan, watching the movements in Zhude's pill furnace, looked most excited. From time to time, he would glance at Yang Kai with a mocking smile on his lips, like the victory was already in their grasp. He found that ever since Yang Kai brought out the conflagrated knowledge there was no other unusual movement thereafter, as if no pill was being refined on that side. This made him even more proud. He could not help but think how Yang Kai would become Zhude's servant once he lost. And as Zhude's disciple, his status would be naturally higher than a servant. If Yang Kai lived with them together, he could order Yang Kai to do things as he liked. Well, he is still a second-order Origin King. I still have to give him a little face, otherwise he might become angry out of shame. I guess I can't really beat him. I guess I can only ask him to clean my room every day. Also, he seems to know the basics of alchemy. I can also ask him to be my assistant. It's decided then. Thinking of better days ahead, Zhang Yuan felt even happier than marrying a bewitching beauty. He couldn't wait to dance around to show his excitement. Just like that, 2 days had gone by in a flash. At present, Zhude cut an extremely sorry figure. His entire body was sweating buckets, which was then evaporated by the high temperature around him, making him look extremely disheveled. But no one scorned him, because Zhude was an origin-returning realm cultivator. And he was getting older to boot. He had been refining the pill for 2 days straight. No one could bear this. Zhude might not be looking good, but he was filled with excitement. His eyes were glowing. Whereas on Yang Kai's side, it had been calm and uneventful all the while. Nothing noticeable happened over these 2 days. Only the purple mist kept dancing around the purple origin furnace. At some point, Zhude's figure jolted as his hands suddenly formed some mysterious seals. Everyone immediately cried in excitement. Grandmaster's very own pill condensing technique. Is this the rumored Red Lotus Divine Hands method? It's indeed true to its reputation. It isn't worse than any ancient pill condensing techniques. It might even be better. I have devised this type of technique once, but compared to Grandmaster's, it's nothing. This pill condensing technique was created by Grandmaster himself. How can you compare yourself with Grandmaster? The crowd of alchemists immediately became spirited. Everyone's eyes were glued on Zhude's movements. They weren't willing to miss any details. They would have hit it big if they could see through the mysteries of this set of pill condensing technique. Zhude's hands danced in the air like butterflies, slapping the pill furnace before him, again and again. Every time he smacked the pill furnace, a red lotus would appear, which would then crumble into pieces before flying into the pill furnace, creating a magic effect on the pill that was about to be formed in the pill furnace. This was the very Red Lotus Divine Hands method created by Zhude. Zhude smacked 81 palms on the pill furnace, one after another, as 81 lotus seals made their way into the pill furnace. After he hit the pill furnace for the last time, a reverberating crisp sound suddenly rang from the pill furnace. At the same time, the medicinal fragrance wafting out of the furnace suddenly grew richer. He has finished refining, someone exclaimed in surprise as a frantic look appeared in his eyes. All the alchemists present here were very familiar with this scene. Obviously, it was the sign of successful refinement of the pill. Furthermore, judging by the sound from the pill furnace and the medicinal fragrance lingering in the air, Grandmaster Zhude's alchemy this time ended in absolute perfection. Grandmaster's reputation is indeed well-deserved. He only took 2 days to refine a mid-rank Origin King-grade pill. Grandmaster Zhude is second to none among all the Origin King-grade alchemists in the entire star field. Suddenly, Zhude turned serious and slapped the pill furnace hard before its lid flew up. At the same time, a light blue thing shot out of the pill furnace at an extremely fast speed. But Zhude was already prepared. He reached out and immediately froze that light blue mass in its place, taking and throwing it into the already prepared jade bottle in his other hand with a flick of his hand. Clang! The crisp sound from the bottle made everyone focus their straight at the source. Zhude stood and broke into laughter. Although he appeared to be in a mess, his face was extremely ruddy. Congratulations, Grandmaster. After refining such a perfect pill today, Grandmaster is just a step away from advancing to the mid-rank Origin King grade. That's right. The Soul Source Restoration pill is a mid-rank Origin King grade pill. I'm afraid even another alchemist of the same level would not find it as easy to refine as Grandmaster. Grandmaster seems to have already reached the mid-rank Origin King grade. Grandmaster is indeed a role model for our generations. My skills are nothing before you. The crowd of alchemists broke into a lively discussion. Some took the opportunity to flatter, some congratulated Zhude sincerely, one after another. All kinds of comments could be heard coming from the crowd. A smile appeared on Zhude's face as he cupped his fists and said, holding the jade bottle in his hand, "Thank you, everyone. This old man is just a step ahead in exploring the alchemic way. That's all. Everyone here is an elite alchemist. Your future achievements may not be worse than this old man's. Apparently, Zhude seemed to be in a good mood because everything went so smoothly. He was extremely friendly to everyone. Honored teacher, may this disciple have the honor to take a look at this pill? Zhan Yuan, who was well versed in the ways of ass-kissing, naturally knew what to say at this moment. Take it. Zhude carelessly threw the jade bottle in his hand to Zhan Yuan. Zhan Yuan, pretending to be horrified, carefully took it and studied the soul source restoration pill through the bottle. He suddenly exclaimed in the next moment, "Honored teacher is indeed awesome. This pill is round and transparent, and its medicinal properties are quite concentrated to boot. I'm afraid it has reached high rank in quality alone. If it could go one step further, I'm afraid it would have given birth to pill veins." The expression on some of the alchemists' faces grew a bit unnatural, thinking that Zhan Yuan had gone a bit over with his ass-kissing. It's already impressive that he was able to refine an Origin King-grade pill. And now you are even craving for pill veins. In the entire star field, no one in tens of thousands of years seemed to have refined an Origin King-grade pill with pill veins. Although such thoughts were circling in everyone's mind, no one pointed it out. One by one, everyone turned their gazes at the jade bottle in Zhan Yuan's hand. How could Zhan Yuan not know what was going in everyone's mind? After confirming with Zhude, he passed the jade bottle to another alchemist to study. As the jade bottle went around the alchemist's hands, every alchemist poured out their praises and marvels. Zhude felt extremely proud of his success. He seemed to have become a few hundred years younger. "Grandpa, you are done, but what about that guy?" Zueling suddenly asked. "Let's just go and see." Zhude smiled. Zhan Yuan smiled and said, rubbing his palms, "Teacher, you don't understand. This disciple has kept an eye on that guy for the past 2 days. At first, your disciple thought that with his conflagrated knowledge his alchemy skills must be superb. But unfortunately what? Unfortunately, he only has conflagrated knowledge and nothing else." Zhan Yuan broke into laughter. Zhude reprimanded, but a slight smile could be seen hanging on his lips. "You should not underestimate anyone. The conflagrated knowledge provides an unimaginable edge to us alchemists. He doesn't seem to absolutely ignorant of this. Perhaps he really is an alchemist." "Teacher, you are right. However, even if he is an alchemist, he is far behind you, teacher," said Zhan Yuan. Zhude proudly smiled and waved his hand. "As you can see, the youngsters these days." At this point, the crowd led by Zhude arrived before Yang Kai. "Congratulations, Grandmaster." As the host, President AIO might be standing on Yang Kai's side, but he couldn't help but bow and congratulate Zhude since Zhude was here. And judging by everyone's discussion, he knew that Zhude had already finished refining the soul source restoration pill. His feelings were complicated. On one hand, the successful refinement of the soul source restoration pill made him very happy as Gubai who could be saved now. But on the other hand, Yang Kai's freedom for 2,000 years was put at stake for this pill. If Yang Kai lost, he would no longer be able to rest easy. So, AIO didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Deep down, all he could do was pray for a miracle that Yang Kai could successfully refine the soul source restoration pill. "I should be the one congratulating President AIO." Zhude smiled as he stretched his hand out. Zhan Yuan hurriedly offered the jade bottle with both hands before Zhude took it and gifted it to AIO. "Since the soul source restoration pill is refined, Mrs. Gu will be all right now." AIO forced a smile. "Thank you very much for your help, Grandmaster. It's my duty. After all, this old man is the foreign elder of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and Mrs. Gu is President AIO's wife. Since Mrs. Gu is in trouble, this old man can't sit idly." Zhude replied earnestly. AIO almost couldn't help but curse his mother. "This old bastard is saying this now. Where did your conscience go before? Weren't you forcing this king to agree to Shueyu's marriage? You are really shameless." AIO might have been criticizing in his heart, but none of that could be seen on his face. With his current strength and status, AIO could keep a straight face even if a mountain collapsed before him. Haha, Sir President. Honored teacher has finished refining already. What about this friend? Zhang Yuan walked out from the crowd and asked, pointing at Yang Kai. In the past, he wouldn't dare to address Yang Kai as friend, no matter what. Although he was an origin-grade alchemist, Yang Kai was an out-and-out second-order origin kingmaster. He wasn't qualified at all. But now that the die had been cast, Zhang Yuan didn't need to be polite to someone who would be his teacher's slave for the next 2,000 years. Addressing Yang Kai as a friend was a matter of course. It doesn't seem to be finished yet. AIO's expression remained dull even when he laid the truth. Zhang Yuan smiled. Sir President, you are mistaken. I think he has failed. He won't be finished ever. It has been 2 days already. There should be some pill fragrance coming out of the furnace. Just as he said this, the few hundred alchemists present were momentarily taken aback. They realized that Zhang Yuan was indeed right. No matter how slow Yang Kai's progress was, it had been 2 days. Grandmaster Wuxia had already finished refining his soul source restoration pill. Even if Yang Kai was a little slower, there should be some fragrance wafting out of his furnace. But they couldn't smell even a whiff. Obviously, there was something wrong here. He is right. The nearby Zhong Ao, who had been absorbed in his enlightenment, nodded lightly. AIO couldn't help but glance at Zhong Ao. Which side are you on exactly? I'm just stating the fact. Zhong Ao added again. AIO didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that these alchemists had one-track minds. They were extremely conscientious towards the alchemic way and would not desecrate the alchemic Tao just because of some close relationships. Indeed, AIO didn't know how he should respond. He didn't know anything about alchemy. He dared not make any comments. Even if there is no pill fragrance, there is no burnt smell either. Which means that the herbs in Yang Kai's pill furnace are still alright. Suddenly, Shui Yu took the stand. This means that he hasn't failed in refining, right? Zhang Yuan was dumbstruck, mouth agape. He was rendered speechless. Indeed, although no pill fragrance was coming from Yang Kai's furnace, the smell of burning wasn't coming either. Everyone was a little confused. They couldn't tell what exactly was going on. Furthermore, Grandmaster has already agreed that there was no time limit for Yang Kai. It has only been 2 days. Everyone might as well wait a little while, clarified Shui Yu. Honored teacher has indeed said that there was no time limit. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow before quickly adding, but if this guy keeps refining like this, then wouldn't be waiting here for like forever? We would never be able to tell who is the winner. As he said this, he suddenly appeared to have been struck with a realization. He clapped and said, I understand. Now I understand what he is up to. He must have thrown all the herbs into the pill furnace and stopped paying attention thereafter just to waste time. He is waiting for us to grow impatient. At that time, no one will pursue this matter. Although Zhang Yuan was just making conjectures, it made sense to everyone when everyone gave it a thought. Grandmaster Wuxia has indeed given Yang Kai no time limit because of his identity. If Yang Kai proceeded with this in mind, it would definitely resolve the impending crisis. After all, it's impossible to wait for him for 1 or 2 years or even 5 or 10 years. He's a second-order origin kingmaster. It's normal for him to enter a retreat for a few decades. And in case he's trying to comprehend some profound secret technique, he isn't wasting time, but that's not the case for others. Zhang Yuan's words immediately made all the alchemists understand Yang Kai's intention. They started looking at Yang Kai with a displeased and disgusted look in their eyes. He has already committed blasphemy by competing with Grandmasters Wuxia in alchemy. And now he is trying to delay using this. This is simply outrageous. Immediately, a high-rank origin-grade alchemist stepped out. He cupped his fist to AIO and said, keeping a straight face, Sir President, please give us an explanation. If this guy is really as contemptible as Grandmaster Zhang says, Sir President must uphold justice for Grandmasters Wuxia. Yeah, alchemic Tao is sacred. Can't be desecrated. What this guy is doing is an insult to alchemic Tao we pursue. It's an insult to all the alchemists of the star field. We can't tolerate this. We beg, Sir President, to uphold justice. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, we will immediately leave the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Count me in. This man is utterly disgusting. Most of the alchemists spoke up, asking AIO for an explanation. These alchemists weren't afraid even if they were facing the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce president. They were looking straight into AIO's eyes. AIO was in a predicament. He never expected things to turn out like this. Just because of a competition, 200 to 300 alchemists had become furious. He knew that if he didn't handle this properly, then the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's foundation would be severely damaged. He had paid a great deal of money to hire all these alchemists. None of them were trained by the Chamber of Commerce itself. They were free to leave the Chamber of Commerce for other forces. And presumably other forces would more than welcome them. An anxious AIO was secretly vexed by the ignorance of these people. They had no appreciation for the things and were making a fuss blindly. On the other hand, Zhan Yuan could not help but grin. He himself hadn't expected that just a casual comment from his would cause the things to take such a turn. Both Zuoda and he were delighted by this. He furtively glanced at Zuoda and found that the other party was looking at him approvingly, like he was praising his boundless prospects. Zhan Yuan hurriedly straightened his waist. He stood straight like a javelin. Sir President, it's already obvious. Please give us an explanation. Getting no reaction from AIO even after so long, those alchemists couldn't help but urge. AIO immediately furrowed his brow. He pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Does everyone believe that Yang Kai is deliberately trying to delay time? Isn't everyone quick to jump to conclusions? This king thinks that we should observe for a while longer. What's there to watch? Someone voiced their dissatisfaction. Right then, Zuoda interceded. Everyone, please stay calm. President AIO is right. Furthermore, this old man has indeed not given him a time limit. Let's wait. It was negligence on this old man's part. Those alchemists couldn't take it even more so after Zuoda said this. In their opinion, Yang Kai was a rascal who had forced the Honorable Grandmaster to compete in alchemy. And he deserved to die. Grandmaster, you are just too kind. An alchemist shook his head and sighed. Grandmaster, if you say so, others will only treat your tolerance as weakness. This matter cannot be tolerated and delayed anymore. Indeed, the alchemist, who spoke at the very beginning, let out a cold snort. He was an old man. His face was filled with wrinkles. He appeared to have 1 foot in his grave already. But at this moment, he looked straight at AIO and said aggressively, President, just look at him. Have you seen any alchemist so relaxed and at ease when refining pills? Even someone like Grandmaster Zuoda seemed to be on the verge of collapsing after refining for 2 days straight. But just look at this guy. He looks so calm and relaxed. His eyes are closed like he is meditating. You can't sense a bit of Saint Chi fluctuation from him. And neither is he drawing the earth fire. He might have the conflagrated knowledge C, but I can't sense any signs of him stimulating his conflagrated knowledge C. If he isn't delaying time, then what is he doing? President, if you happen to be taking his side, then that would be too disappointing. A gloomy look appeared on AIO's face. This had given him a big headache. He raised his eyes, glancing at the void. He was hoping for an answer on how to deal with this from Long Tianshang, who was hiding in the void. But Long Tianshang had no intentions of interfering. Just as AIO was in a dilemma, wondering how to calm the furious crowd, a sneer suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was taken aback by this sneer. They immediately turned their heads to find its source. Everyone was immediately surprised to find Yang Kai, who had been sitting with his eyes closed all the while, watching with his head leaning on one side, listening to everyone with interest. He gave the impression that he had nothing to do with this. Friend, it seems you are done with your cheap tricks. Zhan Yuan sneered without reservation. He believed that there were just herbs lying in Yang Kai's alchemy furnace. He might not have even refined them into medicinal liquid. Thus, his words were filled with provocation. Do I even need to play any tricks? Yang Kai glanced at him. Humph. You yourself are clear about it? Zhan Yuan sneered. Kid, what are you laughing at? Zwida narrowed his eyes as he asked indifferently, flaunting his old age. Naturally, I'm laughing at your own ignorance. What did you say? Everyone flew into a rage, immediately glaring at Xianxia. Everyone was an alchemist. They had never been despised like this. Aren't you guys ignorant? A sardonic smile slowly appeared on Xianxia's lips. Who told you that an alchemist needs to be tired and exhausted while refining pills? Who told you that an alchemist can't close his eyes and meditate while refining pills? Who told you that there should be pill fragrance while a pill is being refined? What are you implying? I'm not implying anything. Xianxia curled his lips as asked, looking at Zwida. Grandmaster, will you break a sweat and gasp for breaths if you are asked to refine a yuan-restoring pill? Humph, of course not. Zwida snorted coldly. That's right. The reason why you won't is because the yuan-restoring pill is too low for you. You can refine it with your eyes closed. You don't need to go all out. Your Saint Qi could easily meet the demand for refining the pill. So naturally, you won't be exhausted. You mean to say that the soul source restoration pill to you is like the yuan restoring pill is to this old man? Zwida's eyelids twitched. Of course. Xianxia nodded with a smile. Outrageous. Shut up. Xianxia turned his head and shouted at the speaker. This king is a second-order origin king. I'm not exhausted while refining the pill because I don't need to expend all my Saint Qi. I can close my eyes and meditate because I don't need to worry about it too much. You can't sense me stimulating my conflagrated knowledge C because you are not strong enough. You don't know anything but started making a fuss. Don't you think that you guys are too ridiculous? The crowd of alchemists were rendered speechless by Xianxia. Damn it! This guy makes sense. All of them were alchemists. They had never tackled the problems as cultivators. But now, when it was pointed out by Xianxia, they didn't know what to say. You are distorting the truth. Zhan Yuan shouted in anger. How can the yuan restoring pill be compared with the soul source restoration pill? Exactly. One is a saint grade pill and the other is an origin king grade pill. There is no comparison between the two, an alchemist stated. Just as you said, Grandmaster Zwida is an origin returning realm master, while this king is in origin king realm. We are worlds apart. Xianxia responded with a smile hanging on his lips. Smarty pants. Some alchemists sighed, shaking their head as if it was an insult to argue with someone like Xianxia. Alchemists relied on their abilities to feed themselves, not their mouths. Zwida said with a smile, words alone are no proof. Seeing is believing. No matter what you say, it's useless. If you want to win people's trust, it's better to show all your means. I think everyone will believe it after they see it. You want to see? Xianxia tilted his head as a scheming smile appeared on his lips. You are just afraid of being found out. Zhan Yun sneered. Xianxia ignored him altogether and said, looking at President AIO, President, do you remember everyone who wanted to leave the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce just now? When they leave, do give them their severance pay, lest they criticized you in the future, saying that your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is stingy. AIO's face turned as black as pot. Can't you take the cue? Xianxia broke into laughter as he stood up and shouted. Since you question the alchemy level of this king, then this king will let you see what is called alchemy. As he spoke, he turned serious all of a sudden. He formed a mysterious seal with his hand before stretching out that hand a bit. Immediately, an image of a complex spirit array appeared in the air before flying into the purple origin furnace. In the next moment, another image of spirit array appeared and flew toward the purple origin furnace again. The third, a fourth, more and more images of spirit arrays appeared in the air as Xianxia's movements changed, dancing like butterflies as they flew into the pill furnace. This pill condensing technique. Impossible? I didn't see him refine. Then why can he use the pill condensing technique? Has he already finished refining? Impossible. Even if his pill furnace is completely sealed, medicinal fragrance should be wafting out of his pill furnace. If there is no pill fragrance, it means that the medicinal liquid has not fused. How can he condense the pill then? But this is obviously a pill condensing technique. Has anyone seen this technique before? Everyone was dazzled by the sight before them. At first, they kept discussing with each other, trying to figure out the origins of this set of pill condensing technique. But finally, they concluded that no one had seen this set of pill condensing technique. This technique was completely different from the several sets of techniques circulating in the entire star field, including the Red Lotus Divine Hands methods created by Wuxia. Be that as it may, all the alchemists present here were individuals with insight. Naturally, they could tell that this set of techniques were extremely mysterious. Each and every seal and the image of spirit array gave off an ancient and desolate aura. It seemed as if this technique didn't belong to this era but should have existed in the ancient era. All alchemists seemed to be immersed in their thoughts, staring at the scene before their eyes. They no longer said anything. Even Zhan Yuan, who had been opposing Yang Kai at every step and corner, was fascinated by it. After having observed and emulated it for a while, he was actually struck with enlightenment. He couldn't help but be shocked. After all, he hadn't had this effect when he was observing the Red Lotus Divine Hands used by Wuxia. A sliver of shame appeared on his face when he returned to his senses. This bastard's technique actually gave me enlightenment. If I let anyone know this, it would be a disgrace. He might be thinking as such, but he couldn't move his eyes away from Yang Kai, lest he miss some seal or didn't see the image of spirit array clearly. He was feeling extremely conflicted, but there were just too many images of the spirit arrays. At first, they were flying one after another, but in the end, Yang Kai's hands started dancing like butterflies, leaving after images. Everyone couldn't see them clearly. The flying spirit arrays were also connected to each other, filling the air. Zhong Ao was shocked, Wuxia too was shocked, and so were the many alchemists. Even the layman Shui Yu and Aio were bedazzled by this sight. They didn't wish to close their eyes. But strangely, there was still not any pill fragrance. In the huge open space, Yang Kai stood with a serious look on his face. He might seem calm and relaxed, but he was already pouring out all his skills. Everything he had learned from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture had been brought into full play at this moment. In his eyes, there was only the alchemy furnace and everything inside it. Everything else had been cast aside. Nothing occupied his vision or thoughts. Ang! Suddenly, a strange ring reverberated from the purple origin furnace. At the same time, the purple origin furnace started glowing with purple radiance. This ring wasn't that loud, but it rang in everyone's ears like the resonating chimes of a clock tower, shocking the hell out of everyone. Someone seemed to be whispering in the depths of their ears, sharing the mystery and the wisdom of the alchemic Tao of this world. Everyone tried to listen carefully, but they couldn't hear it properly. Only one or two people had a sudden change in their expression. A tight-knit frown appeared on the brow as they sat cross-legged in their place right away. All the alchemists were shocked. This is the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. It's actually the legendary Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. All those alchemists who failed to grasp the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone looked at their counterparts sitting cross-legged with envy and jealousy because they had caught a glimpse of the mystery of the alchemic Tao from the ring just now. Ang! Another ring reverberated in everyone's ears. The expression of the shocked alchemists became even more complicated, because after this Grand Alchemic Tao Tone, several other alchemists had sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes. The entire 9th floor of the alchemist pavilion was seething with excitement. Every alchemist's blood was boiling and everyone was extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with desire and eagerness, staring at Yang Kai's movements. They all hoped to hear the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone again, hoping to get a glimpse of the secrets of alchemic Tao just like a few of their colleagues. No one wanted to miss this heaven-sent opportunity. Wuxia, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded by this. When he heard the bizarre ring echoing in his ears, he was still a little skeptical about it. But after seeing alchemists sit cross-legged, one after another, he was indeed sure that it was the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. The alchemic Tao Tone is the dream of every alchemist. How is this possible? How can it appear here? I am an Origin King grade alchemist. I have been studying the alchemic Tao for my entire life. I have devoted my everything to alchemy. So far, I have rarely refined pills with pill veins, not to mention give rise to the legendary Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. Yet this young man, a second-order origin king cultivator, has caused such an event even when he is refining in such a lackadaisical manner. These melodious chimes ringing in his ears sounded even more unbearable to Zuoda. His face distorted and he could not wait to drive these rings out of his ears. Father, what's going on? Shuiyu was completely confused by this scene. She too was hearing the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, but she found it a little weird because someone seemed to be whispering in her ears. And when she tried to listen to it closely, she couldn't hear anything. Yet when she saw the fanatical look on those alchemists' faces and heard their cries of surprise, she knew that something big must have happened. Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. Ao looked shocked as well. It's actually the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. What is Grand Alchemic Dao Tone? Asked Shuiyu. It's one of the many voices of the heavenly ways. Ao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself before explaining in a low voice. Martial Dao, Alchemic Dao, Dao of Artifact Refining, Dao of Array. There are many branches of heavenly way. A cultivator uses the martial arts to enter the Dao. Similarly, an alchemist enters the Dao using pills, an artifact refiner enters the Dao using artifacts, and so on. Everyone is pursuing the supreme heavenly way, but the path they choose is different. Grand Alchemic Dao Tone is the voice of heavenly way. Rumor had it that an alchemist with some luck and sufficient comprehension could trigger this kind of heavenly manifestation in alchemy. This voice is useless to you and me, but if they could just hear even a little, they would reap endless benefits. While speaking, Ao lowered his head and glanced at Zhong Ao, who was sitting next to him. Zhong Ao was the first one to sit. In other words, he had the highest understanding of the alchemic Dao among all the people here except Yang Kai. No one has triggered the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone in tens of thousands of years. It has nothing to do with the level of the alchemist. It's imperceptible and preordained. This heavenly way voice contains the mystery of the alchemic Dao. The end of alchemic Dao is the mysteries bred by heaven and earth itself. Shuiyu paled ever so slightly. She immediately realized how important was this Grand Alchemic Dao Tone for the alchemist's Ao suddenly pursed his lips into a grin. The heavens have blessed my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. God knows how many alchemy apprentices will be born in my water sky city after today. Father, you mean? Shuiyu seemed to be absorbed in her thoughts. You still don't understand? This Grand Alchemic Dao Tone is not only useful to the alchemists here but also to the people with some aptitude in alchemy. Could provide rudimentary knowledge to beginners. This ring is spreading throughout Water Sky City. It would make our Water Sky City give birth to tens of thousands of alchemists. Moreover, their future prospects would be absolutely limitless. A few dozen Origin King grade alchemists might even appear. Shuiyu looked overjoyed when she heard this. There were only 3 to 4 Origin King grade alchemists in the entire star field, and Hung Luo Chamber only had Zuoda, as a foreign elder at that. If a few or several dozen Origin King grade alchemists really appeared in the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce someday, no one could stop the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce from rising. No one dared to underestimate the power and means of an Origin King grade alchemist. Shuiyu, go out and pass my order. Ask everyone in the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce to start looking for people with aptitude for alchemy. Offer them generous terms to make them join the Chamber of Commerce, especially the children under 10. We must draw them to our Chamber of Commerce at all costs. Ao suddenly shouted in a deep voice. But what about here? Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai. She was a bit reluctant to leave. Don't worry, aren't I here? Ao waved his hand. Yes. Shuiyu had no choice but to leave quickly to relay Ao's orders. After Shuiyu left, Ao couldn't help but murmur in dissatisfaction. Sigh. Why isn't it the Martial Dao Heavenly Tone? If it was the Martial Dao Heavenly Tone, he might have gotten a chance to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. He couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Today, the entire Water Sky City was seething. The Grand Alchemic Dao Tone was ringing throughout the city. After hearing this sound, countless playing children stood still in their place. A thoughtful look appeared on their immature faces. They perked their ears, trying to listen to the whispers clearly. Even when their parents were dragging them, they remained still as if a powerful spell had been cast on them. Many were confused. They couldn't understand why there was a voice ringing in their ears. They thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Even when they covered their ears, it didn't help. Only when many cultivators of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and the guards of Water Sky City were dispatched together, the residents of Water Sky City finally realized that something big must have happened. Third young Master Shui Yu had announced that all those who had listened to the heavenly tone could join the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce regardless of age or sex, enjoying extremely generous treatment, especially the children under 10 years. Many Origin returning realm masters grew envious when they heard the terms. 500,000 saint crystals every year. An entire palace for themselves. 20 servants to serve them. And most important of all, they would have the same status as the Chamber of Commerce's deacon. By now, everyone knew that the mysterious voice whispering in their ears was a heaven-sent opportunity. These sudden benefits immediately made those children's parents dizzy. With third young Master Shui Yu's character and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's credibility, countless men and women could be seen dragging their children to the center of Water Sky City. No one wanted to give up the benefits sent right to their doorsteps. The grand alchemic Tao tone rang again and again, ringing a total of 9 times. This lasted for an entire day. After a day, over 100 alchemists could be found sitting cross-legged on the 9th level of the Alchemist Pavilion with Xianxia at the center, like the stars surrounding the moon. Many of the standing alchemists also had a pondering look on their faces. Their expressions kept on changing. Sometimes they seemed to be worrying about gains and losses, sometimes they seemed anxious, and sometimes they started laughing ecstatically. Obviously, all of them had reaped some benefits. After 9 rings, there were no more movements inside the purple origin furnace. The wandering purple mist had also dissipated. Xianxia had stopped condensing the pill. About half a day ago, he sat back in a cross-legged position and closed his eyes, letting the grand alchemic Tao tone spread out from the purple origin furnace. He had gained more than any alchemist present here. After all, the grand alchemic Tao tone was triggered by him. The sound that was vague and ethereal to others sounded very clear to Xianxia. Some ancient and desolate voice was whispering in his ears, telling him the profundities of alchemic Tao. The voice wasn't that loud, but its words were very clear. Every sentence and word was etched in Xianxia's mind like a brand, so that he could master it without thinking. He had gained more than he would have even after studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture tens of thousands of times. The alchemy knowledge poured into his mind was the ultimate mystery bred by heaven and earth itself. One could only glimpse at it when the grand alchemic Tao tone was triggered. Of the 500 or so alchemists, over 100 were sitting cross-legged, while another half was immersed in thoughts. The rest could only sigh indignantly. They weren't lucky enough and their aptitude was insufficient. As such, they couldn't hear anything from these 9 alchemic rings. Be that as it may, their expression and attitude towards Xianxia had changed. They were no longer looking at him with dissatisfaction and disdain as before, but with dignity and respect instead. How could someone who could trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone 9 consecutive times not be an alchemist? No one would believe that. Xianxia might not have opened the furnace and taken out the pill yet, but they were sure that a soul source restoration pill was lying in the pill furnace. This guy is not just a second-order origin king cultivator, but a veritable alchemy grandmaster as well. When everyone recalled how short-sighted they were before, many alchemists felt extremely ashamed. Why not me? An untimely voice suddenly reverberated on the 9th floor. All those alchemists who were still awake couldn't help but frown as they looked at the source. They found that the speaker was none other than Zhan Yuan, who had been opposing Xianxia at every step. At this moment, Zhan Yuan appeared to have lost his wits. He kept muttering, constantly looking at the alchemists sitting cross-legged. Why not me? I heard it too, but why can't I hear it clearly? I, Zhan Yuan, am an alchemy prodigy born once in 10,000 years. No one taught me since I was a child. Everything I've learned, I learned it myself. Where is my share of alchemic Tao mystery? Many alchemists looked disgusted when they heard him boast so shamelessly. Whether one could hear the grand alchemic Tao tone depended on one's luck and aptitude. Could not be forced at all. This was the choice of heavenly way. Men had no say in it. Naturally, Zhan Yuan's crazy rants displeased everyone. I should have heard it. Suddenly, Zhan Yuan's face turned hideous as he shouted. He then turned to Yang Kai and said, grinding his teeth, I understand. You must have done something. The grand alchemic Tao tone was triggered by you. You must have blocked the alchemic tone. It must be your work. While speaking, he charged straight at Yang Kai. There were over 500 alchemists here, of which over 100 were sitting cross-legged and over 100 seemed to be comprehending something. It was almost a 50% split, but Zhan Yuan wasn't in it. He had fallen apart. Why can others have such a great opportunity, but not me? If he had gotten this opportunity, he might have become an Origin King-grade alchemist someday. So he couldn't restrain his anger at all. Impudent! A loud shout exploded in Zhan Yuan's ears directly. AIO stretched his hand at Zhan Yuan and waved his hand as Zhan Yuan flew out like a rag sack. Because there were so many alchemists immersed in their enlightenment, AIO didn't want to go overboard. He tried his best to suppress himself. Even when he shouted at Zhan Yuan, his shout was transmitted straight into Zhan Yuan's ears. Zhan Yuan flew a long way before he fell to the ground. If you dare to cause any more commotion and be rude again, I will take your life right then and there. AIO coldly glared at Zhan Yuan. He had no scruples for his identity as Grandmaster Wuda's disciple. In his opinion, the alchemists of the Alchemist Pavilion were all precious treasures. How could they be disturbed by Zhan Yuan? More importantly, he wanted to disturb Yang Kai, the person who had triggered the grand alchemic Tao tone. If it wasn't the wrong place and wrong time, AIO would have killed him. He was already brimming with murderous intent. After this, Zhan Yuan had finally returned to his senses and a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't believe that he had done something like this. When he noticed the cold look in AIO's eyes, a chill ran down his spine. He knew that President AIO no longer valued him due to his recent performance. But I'm now honored teacher's disciple. I don't need to worry about President AIO. Having thought of this, Zhan Yuan had calmed down a little. He then turned to look at Wuda. But the next moment he was taken aback. He asked in a low voice, Teacher, what happened to you? He noticed that Wuda was unsteady and pale. He looked even more exhausted than when he had finished refining the soul source restoration pill, as if all his energy was exhausted. Father, are you okay? Zuoling finally noticed that something was wrong with Wuda. She couldn't help but be panic-stricken. Grandmaster. AIO came forward, looking at Wuda in surprise. He had no idea what was wrong with Wuda. After all, he was an Origin King-grade alchemist and should have benefited from the 9 alchemic rings. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't look as if he had suffered an attack. But not only was he grimacing in pain, blood was also flowing out of his ears. Wuda didn't move, nor did he say anything. Only the sound of his breathing proved that he was still alive. Grandmaster, I advise you not to question the grand alchemic Tao tone. If you question it, you are questioning the heavenly way and the road you have traveled so far. By doing this, you are rejecting the alchemic Tao. Its consequences will be very serious. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, Wuda suddenly spat on the ground, spitting a mouthful of black blood. His face suddenly lost all color. He looked at Yang Kai with an unwilling look. What's wrong with Grandmaster? AIO asked, furrowing his brow. Still not convinced, are you? Yang Kai smiled. Grandmaster probably thinks that I'm not qualified to trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone. He was a little unconvinced, but was taught a lesson by grand alchemic Tao tone. Taught a lesson? AIO was jaw-slacked and his face turned pale. Don't tell me that the alchemic tone is alive. The heavenly way is ever-changing. I can never say for sure. Yang Kai grinned. AIO looked depressed. You dare to harm my grandpa? Zuoling suddenly glared at Yang Kai. She appeared to be secretly circulating her Saint Chi. Yang Kai's face turned cold. Little girl, you can eat indiscriminately, but you cannot stick labels indiscriminately on others. Grandmaster Zwada wasn't hurt by me. Then why did Grandpa spit blood? Zhualing pestered Yang Kai for an answer. Humph! Yang Kai sneered. You have to ask him. Grand alchemic Dao tone was ringing in your ears, and it didn't matter if you didn't try to comprehend it. But you still dare to question its authenticity. You are lucky to be alive. Do you still think I am responsible? Zhualing looked as if she had something to say, but Zwada stopped her, raising his hand. He looked at Yang Kai with a dim look in his eyes and said, You are good. Grandmaster, you flatter me. Yang Kai smiled. But you haven't forgotten that there is still a bet between you and me? You might have inspired the grand alchemic Dao tone, but so what? Have you refined the soul source restoration pill? Grandmaster, you still want to check? Yang Kai looked at Zwada, narrowing his eyes. Open the furnace. Zwada took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, The fact that you can trigger the grand alchemic Dao tone only means that your aptitude for alchemy is heaven-defying. It doesn't mean that you can refine the soul source restoration pill, an origin king grade pill. There are countless geniuses in the world, but how many can really grow up? Grandmaster. So you won't shed tears unless you see your coffin. Yang Kai sneered. Grandmaster. How about we call it a day? Some alchemists tried to persuade. Yang Kai was the one behind the grand alchemic Dao tone. All of them owed him a favor, while Zwada was a noble character with high prestige. He was a role model in the alchemy world, so no matter who won or lost this bet, it was something they didn't want to see. The best choice would be to stop here and try to make big things small and small things nothing. Since one of them tried to persuade Zwada, another one tried as well. After a while, many alchemists joined the persuasion team. Yang Kai looked indifferently and said, I don't have any problem. It depends on Grandmaster. There is no need to say anything anymore. Just open the furnace. Zwada, ignoring everyone's advice, stared straight at Yang Kai with determination. Aio opened his mouth. He looked like he had something to say, but when he saw the look in Zwada's eyes, he could only sigh in resignation. Yang Kai gently nodded and said indifferently, As you wish then. While speaking, he reached out and smacked on the purple origin furnace. In a flash, the furnace lid flew up as a streak of light shot out of the furnace. At the same time, a rich pill fragrance permeated into the surroundings. This? Someone cried in surprise, eyes glued on the thing that flew out of the furnace. He had no inkling of an idea that Yang Kai had already finished refining. And the reason why there was no pill fragrance from the start was entirely because the medicinal efficacy was concentrated beyond everyone's imagination. Only when the furnace lid was opened that the pill fragrance spread out. Lost. Zwada lost. Regardless of whether the grade of the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai was good or bad, Zwada had lost already. After all, he himself had said that as long as Yang Kai could refine it, he would have lost. Just the fact that Yang Kai could refine the soul source restoration pill was evident that Yang Kai was really an origin king grade alchemist. Everyone's breath couldn't help but quicken. Their eyes were filled with enthusiasm and respect, looking at Yang Kai. This kind of gaze should have only been enjoyed by Zwada or any other origin king grade alchemist. The moment the pill flew out of the pill furnace, Zwada couldn't help but stagger, looking at the glowing thing that flew out in disbelief. He suddenly seemed to have grown a lot older. But soon, he bit the bullet and shouted, It's not over yet. Whether it's the soul source restoration pill or not has yet not been verified. Yes, it's not over yet. Yang Kai burst into laughter as he flicked his finger at the purple origin furnace for the second time. Everyone was confused why he wanted to do this, but the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Right after the first streak of light flew out of the furnace, another streak of light flew out of the purple origin furnace. And the pill fragrance was even richer than before, filling everyone's nose. 2. How is this possible? Can 2 soul source restoration pills be refined at once? Am I dreaming? Did President AIO give him 2 sets of ingredients? No, that's not right. Even if he had 2 sets of ingredients, it's impossible to refine both sets at once. What's going on? All the alchemists felt the common sense that had been etched in their minds for many years subverted. Every pair of eyes was staring at the two glowing pills that flew out of the furnace, dumbstruck. Yang Kai took out the jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. Then he stretched his hand out before the two flying pills fell into the jade bottle as if they were bound by some power. Clear and crisp rings rang from the jade bottle as the two pills fell inside. Am I seeing this correctly? Did two pills just fly out of the furnace? I also thought I was seeing things. What does this mean? For a long while, many alchemists could be seen whispering to one another. But no one dared to step up and ask to check the pill for the fear that what they see next would subvert their own cognition. Grandmaster, do you want to check the pill? Yang Kai asked Zuoda, holding the jade bottle. Zuoda's expression withered immediately. He didn't say anything but looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. The other alchemists didn't speak either. Let me? Ao said in a heavy voice as he stepped forward and took the jade bottle from Yang Kai's hand. Then I shall trouble you, President Ao. Yang Kai smiled indifferently. Ao nodded and opened the jade bottle, taking a pill out in front of everyone's eyes. The pill was perfectly round and transparent. The fragrance wafting from the pill cleared everyone's minds of all stray thoughts. They felt refreshed. If it wasn't the Soul Source Restoration pill, then what was it? However, the Soul Source Restoration pill refined by Yang Kai was slightly different from the one refined by Zuoda. It was even different from the one recorded in the pill recipe. The pill had a faint golden glow. The Soul Source Restoration pill looked expensive and strong under this glow. Furthermore, everyone could feel the surging vitality from it. Even someone who had no idea about alchemic Tao could clearly tell that it definitely was a pill to save lives and heal wounds. All the alchemists were dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand why the pill refined by Yang Kai using the same material was different from the one recorded in the pill recipe. None of them had noticed that Yang Kai had dropped a drop of his pure golden blood into the pill furnace during the refining. It was only when a pill had a spirit that it could be called a spirit pill. This was the last sentence recorded in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. From it, Yang Kai came to realize that if he wanted to refine spirit pill spirit was necessary. Monster Beast's monster core could be used as pill spirit, but his pure golden blood could also be used as pill spirit. And it was even better than Monster Beast's monster core. After all, his pure golden blood contained unimaginable power and vitality. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai would not waste his own golden blood to refine a spirit pill. The golden blood was extremely precious. It was more valuable than a spirit pill. But since he was treating Shui Yu's mother this time, Yang Kai could not act stingy. It was precisely because of the golden blood acting as the pill spirit that a faint golden glow had appeared on this spirit pill. Everyone can check if this is a Soul Source Restoration pill or not. Ao passed the pill to the alchemists as he spoke. The alchemists didn't reject either. One of the alchemists took it as the others gathered around to analyze it. Finally, they came to a unanimous conclusion that this was indeed the Soul Source Restoration pill, and the medicinal efficacies seemed to be 2 parts stronger than recorded. After this, everyone's gaze towards Yang Kai became more solemn and respectful. Subconsciously, they felt that Yang Kai had changed the Soul Source Restoration pill's recipe. In their opinion, that could be the only reason it could reach such a level. One needed to be an Origin King grade alchemist to refine the Soul Source Restoration pill, but if one wanted to modify the pill recipe of this level of pill, he or she needed to be a mid-rank or high-rank Origin King grade alchemist. Every pill recipe had been handed down through tens of thousands of years. It had been perfected by countless geniuses over countless epochs. Just by this fact, it could be reckoned how difficult it was to modify a pill recipe. But today they saw it. They immediately understood that Yang Kai should be a mid-rank or a high-rank Origin King grade alchemist. All the alchemists were shocked by this fact because they came to realize that not only he was a powerful second-order Origin King but also had unimaginable attainments in alchemic Tao. Is he some old monster who had been living for tens of thousands of years in disguise? Otherwise, how could he do this at his young age? Grandmaster, do you want to check it? Ao asked, looking at the pale and despondent Zuoda. Zuoda's previous approach and attitude had displeased Ao very much, But seeing the alchemy grandmaster revered by the entire star field acting like this, AIO couldn't take it. After all, no matter what, Zhude was still an Origin King grade alchemist. If he didn't recover from this, it would be a loss to the entire star field. Zhude shook his head. Since that's the case, then the winner of this competition. AIO was just about to announce the result of this competition. The alchemist suddenly grew anxious. Someone immediately shouted, "President, there is another pill. Can you take it out? Let's have a look." "Yes. What about the second pill? Let's take a look." Everyone had seen 2 pills fly out of the pill furnace and was confused by this. Alchemists had a strong thirst for knowledge, so how could they let AIO ignore its existence? AIO couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Xianxia with a complicated look in his eyes. When he had opened the jade bottle, he had secretly taken a look at the second pill. When he saw it, he almost threw the jade bottle in fright. Thus, the requests of these many alchemists had put him in a difficult position. "Are you sure? You want to look?" AIO asked after seeing Xianxia show no objection. "But of course, President. Don't hide it." "Sigh. Forget it, you can look at it yourself." AIO threw the jade bottle in his hand as he said this. A middle-aged alchemist in alchemist's robes with sharp eyes and quick hands immediately caught the jade bottle. As he focused his gaze inside, he stood stiff in his place as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes looked like they were ready to pop out, as if he had seen something incredible. Brother Zhao, what's wrong? Say something quickly." Seeing that he looked like he had seen a ghost, someone couldn't help but urge the middle-aged man. Nonetheless, the middle-aged man didn't respond. "Damn it, let me see." A nearby alchemist cursed out loud as he snatched the jade bottle from his hand. Then, his throat made some intangible noises. Just like the middle-aged man before, he stood in a daze with bulging eyes. The jade bottle was snatched around by the alchemists, one after another, but every alchemist who saw the pill lying in the jade bottle was shocked. If somebody who was not aware of the facts saw this, he might think that the jade bottle was filled with a poisonous pill, and a strong poison was leaking from the bottle, poisoning all these alchemists. Zhude's expression immediately changed. At the sight of this, he had guessed something. But when the thought crossed his mind, he found it unbelievable. He staggeringly made his way without the slightest demeanor of a powerful master before snatching the jade bottle from a dazed alchemist's hands. Next, he poured out the pill straight on his palm. The pill was surrounded by the very same pale golden glow and was still very round and transparent. But this pill had one big difference from the previous pill: clear and distinct lines. They were distributed over the surface of the pill just like the meridians in a cultivator. If these veins were spread on a sheet of paper, they would form a complex pattern that carried the truth of heaven and earth. "Pill veins!" Zhude cried in shock. His old body started shaking like a willow swaying in the wind. It wasn't that he had not refined a pill with pill veins. Good or bad, he was still an Origin King grade alchemist and had been refining pills for a few thousand years. Countless pills had been refined in his hand, so he was lucky enough to refine pills with pill veins. Some of the low-level pills even gave birth to pill clouds. The pills with pill veins and pill clouds were the pride of Zhude's life, his honor as an alchemist. But it was his first time seeing an Origin King grade pill with pill veins. Lost. Zhude was utterly defeated. The moment the pill veins appeared before his eyes, Zhude knew that he didn't lose due to bad luck. Not only could Xianxia refine 2 pills at once, but one of the pills even gave birth to pill veins. It was just impossible for him to compete with that. Only now did the headstrong look on Zhude's face slowly vanish, replaced with a bit of frustration. He then took a deep breath and put the pill with the pill veins back in the jade bottle before cupping his fist at Xianxia, conceding in a heavy voice, "Grandmaster Yang is indeed legendary. Please accept this Zhude's bow." Xianxia looked at Zhude with surprise. He hadn't expected these kinds of words to come out of his mouth at all. Judging by his unwilling look and character, Xianxia believed that this old guy would not accept his defeat that easily. How could he have known for the things to end up like this? Nodding gently, Xianxia calmly said, "You flatter me." Watching Zhude bowing to Xianxia in respect, how could the other alchemists be neglectful? They immediately cupped their fists and apologized. Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. We had eyes but failed to see. If we had offended Grandmaster Yang somehow, we ask Grandmaster to be magnanimous to forgive us. Yang Kai smiled and said, ignorance can be forgiven. Yang Kai's generous bearing immediately attracted everyone's heart. Either way, Yang Kai himself was a second-order origin kingmaster. Just by his strength alone, he stood at the top of the entire star field. Coupled with his identity as the origin king great alchemist, it could even be said that he was the most valuable and noble person in the entire star field. A fact no one could refute. What was rare was that he was broad-minded and paid no heed to everyone's past rudeness. This was definitely in line with how a grandmaster would act. Compared to Zuoda's way of seeking publicity, it was a whole lot better. Linger apologized to Grandmaster. After having accepted his defeat, Grandmaster seemed to have turned over a new leaf. Not only did he correct his attitude, he even asked his granddaughter to apologize to Yang Kai. A reluctant look instantly appeared on Zuoling's face. She immediately slipped behind Zuoda to hide. Just as Zuoda was about to reprimand her, Yang Kai smiled and said, kids are innocent about things. Grandmaster doesn't need to make things difficult for her. I didn't take it seriously either. A complicated look flashed in Zuoda's eyes. He nodded and continued. After seeing Grandmaster Yang today, this Zuoda has come to know many of my shortcomings. I have learned from my mistakes. After pausing, he turned to AIO and continued. President AIO, this old man wants to retreat for a year and a half. After my retreat is over, this old man will abide by the bet with Grandmaster Yang every year. This old man will take his leave first. While speaking, he handed over the pills refined by Yang Kai and started leaving with Zuoling without receiving AIO's consent. AIO didn't stop him either. He only said, goodbye, Grandmaster. He knew that Zuoda had no face to stay here. It was already hard for him to sincerely apologize to Yang Kai in such a calm and upright manner. To remain would be incredibly uncomfortable. Long-time famous people like Zuoda would always try to save their faces. Honored teacher, wait for me. After watching Zuoda leave, how could Zhang Yuan continue to stay here? He shouted and hurriedly chased after Zuoda with intestines blue with regret for opposing Yang Kai at every step and corner, mocking him again and again. Had he known that Yang Kai was this capable, how could he have been so ignorant? And it was not too late to please Yang Kai. Yang Kai, watching Zuoda's depressed and old back, heaved a slight sigh. AIO's brow twitched, noticing Yang Kai's sigh. He promptly walked over and asked, Grandmaster Yang, why are you sighing? After seeing Yang Kai's alchemy skills, AIO immediately changed how he addressed Yang Kai. Brother was intimate while addressing Yang Kai as Grandmaster was respectful. It showed that Yang Kai's status in AIO's mind had undergone a huge change. In the entire starfield, Yang Kai is the only one who can refine a mid-rank origin king-grade pill with pill veins, and I heard that he has a pretty good relationship with Xueyu. He has even come to Water Moonstar for Xueyu. AIO was already thinking of ways to keep Yang Kai in the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. He is absolutely far more valuable than a foreign elder like Zuoda. I'm feeling sorry for Grandmaster Zuoda, Yang Kai calmly said. AIO was perplexed. What do you mean? Grandmaster Zuoda's alchemic Tao will not progress even an inch further in the future. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. AIO's face changed slightly. After he gave it a thought, he suddenly seemed to have realized something. He promptly asked, is it because of Grand Alchemic Tao Tone? Aha, Grandmaster has questioned the voice of the heavenly way and is lucky to have woken up in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would not have been able to keep his alchemy skills. He would have been excluded from the alchemic Tao and would have never been able to refine pills again. AIO was taken aback. The Grand Alchemic Tao Tone actually has such an effect? Yang Kai looked at AIO with a smile. President AIO, if you were rejected by Martial Tao, your foundation would be ruined as well. AIO turned earnest and said, if the Martial Tao Heavenly Tone was the one ringing today, this king would not have missed the opportunity. I sure would have done my best to comprehend it. Martial Tao Heavenly Tone, it's too far away. Yang Kai shook his head. Even he was caught by surprise when he had triggered the grand alchemic Dao tone. He really hadn't expected this to happen. Because Xianxia was competing with an Origin King grade alchemist and also refining a mid-rank Origin grade spirit pill, Xianxia was just thinking of going all out. He had no other thoughts in his mind. When he made use of all his knowledge in the true alchemic way, he had triggered that heavenly manifestation, unearthing the ultimate mystery bred by heaven and earth itself. Now that he gave it a thought, Xianxia found it to be incredible. If he was asked to do it again, he would not be able to trigger the grand alchemic Dao tone. "Sir President, aren't you busy?" An alchemist suddenly glared at AIO. He was a mid-rank Origin grade alchemist just like Zhan Yuan. Generally, he would be extremely respectful to AIO, but seeing this man take such a rude stance today, like he wasn't afraid of him, had caught AIO by surprise. Not that much. AIO had no idea when he had offended the other party, and why the other party was asking as such. Sir President deals with all the affairs of the entire Chamber of Commerce. How can you not be busy? President, you are needed upstairs. That's right, indeed. President, many things are waiting for you to deal with. What are you still doing here? We respectfully send off, Sir President. All alchemists said in unison. AIO looked at the hundreds of alchemists with mouth agape. Suddenly, he was struck with a realization. Surprised, he burst into laughter before speaking. So that's what you mean? Why didn't you say so earlier? He kept shaking his head while speaking. He then scolded everyone with a smile hung on his lips. I guess this king is unwelcome here. President, you are really so wordy. Some alchemists were dissatisfied. They had been waiting to ask Xianxia, Grandmaster Yang, about alchemy, but President AIO had been going on and on here, occupying Grandmaster's time. They found it really loathsome, and if they could beat him up, they would have already started beating him to the point that even his mother couldn't recognize him. AIO turned serious, letting out a cold snort. This king just remembered. Who was it that said they wanted to leave my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Come on up and let this king take a look. As soon as AIO said this, many alchemists couldn't help but shrink their necks, hurriedly hiding in the crowd, lest AIO targeted them. Everyone had said that out of their respect for Grandmasters Wuxia, but AIO had brought it up now to take revenge. No one dared to meet AIO's gaze, wherever it went past. Suddenly, AIO looked proud like a cock that had won the battle. When had he ever had the chance to be so domineering before so many alchemists, and yet no one dared to look straight at him? Alchemists had very strange temperaments, whether one was an Origin King Realm Master or not. One couldn't delay them in alchemy or hinder their study of alchemy. Therefore, AIO had to speak every word carefully when he was before these alchemists. Today, he finally tasted a sense of superiority. He couldn't help but break into laughter. He felt extremely proud. Good. Great. Excellent. It seems that my Chamber of Commerce hasn't raised you in vain. You all know how to solve this king's worries. You are all very good. President, is everything okay with Mrs. Gu? Isn't she waiting for the soul source restoration pill? Just as someone mentioned Mrs. Gu, AIO left in a hurry, like he was injected with adrenaline. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it! I actually forgot that my wife is still suffering and unconscious in my pride. AIO was feeling extremely guilty at this moment. That pain in the neck has finally left. The crowd of alchemists couldn't help but heaved a sigh in relief. In the next moment, everyone surrounded Xianxia, staring at him with bright eyes as if they would eat him. All of them were extremely excited. Xianxia couldn't help but feel jittery. Before anyone could say anything, he raised his hand and said, Everyone, I know what you want to do. This king has some time now, let's find a place to talk. I'm afraid this place won't work as it's best not to disturb everyone's enlightenment. There were about 200 or so alchemists who still had their eyes closed, immersed in their enlightenment because of the grand alchemic Dao tone. Obviously, they had reaped a lot of benefits. The rest had failed to reap any benefit from the grand alchemic Dao tone, so they had put all their attention on Xianxia. Consulting him once would be more beneficial to them than refining pills for 10 years straight. How could they miss this opportunity? It was just that they didn't know how to bring it up. But no one had expected Yang Kai to be so amiable. Yang Kai brought it up himself first. Many alchemists were wild with joy. They immediately knew that Yang Kai and Zuide were two different people. They had asked Zuide for advice before, but Grandmaster Zuide's temper was really bad. He would either reprimand them or talk about other matters, which rendered their request mute. But judging by Yang Kai's demeanor, Yang Kai was obviously going to be talking about alchemic Tao. This made everyone happy. Someone immediately suggested the next moment, "Let's head to the 8th floor. It should be empty now." "That's right." "All right." Yang Kai nodded his agreement. "Grandmaster Yang, please." The crowd of alchemists stretched out their hands and gestured in unison and in an extremely respectful manner. If anyone saw their current demeanor, no one would think that these people were the very same alchemists with eyes high up their heads. Yang Kai was also not overly modest. He was a master of both martial Tao and alchemic Tao. He might not be that old, but he held seniority over almost everyone. Whether it was martial Tao or alchemic Tao, he was far ahead of everyone. Too much humility was just hypocrisy. Therefore, he assumed the deserved authority and took the lead, heading to the 8th floor, whereas the crowd of alchemists followed Yang Kai in an orderly manner. The environment of the 8th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion was similar to that of the 9th floor, but the earth fire wasn't as strong as it was on the 9th floor. Be that as it may, no one paid that much attention to it. They just sat cross-legged in the hall, facing Yang Kai, listening to him explain the mystery of the alchemic Tao. If Yang Kai was asked to explain the alchemic Tao to so many alchemists before this, he might not have been up to it, even if his alchemy skills were better than the others. It was one thing to know alchemy and another thing to explain it to others. One needed to have a very high level of understanding to do the latter. Fortunately, it was different now. The grand alchemic Tao tone had rung in Yang Kai's ears for an entire day, and the mystery of the alchemic Tao was etched into his mind like a brand. His understanding of alchemic Tao had reached a whole new level, an unprecedented level. Explaining alchemy to these Saint King grade and Origin grade alchemists was a piece of cake for him. Yang Kai preached about alchemic Tao for 3 days, covering all kinds of topics, from how to choose the herbs, distinguish between good and bad pill recipes, refine the medicinal liquid, controlling heat, engraving the spirit arrays, and then finally pill condensing technique. All the alchemists were so into it that they didn't even notice the passage of time. From time to time, someone would look pleasantly surprised. Clearly, he had suddenly understood the problem that had been plaguing them for many years under Yang Kai's guidance. Yang Kai benefited a lot from this himself. By teaching these alchemists about the alchemic Tao, he had a better understanding of everything that had been etched into his mind by the grand alchemic Tao tone. At first, he would sometimes stop, immersed in his own thoughts, pondering. But by the time he reached the end, he never stopped in between. He kept going. Everything he mentioned was an alchemy secret that average alchemists would be unable to glimpse even if he spent his entire life. Sometime in between, an alchemist on the 9th floor would wake up and make his way to the 8th floor and sit down cross-legged quietly, listening to Yang Kai with rapt attention. After having experienced the lucky chance of the grand alchemic Tao tone, they had gotten huge benefits from Yang Kai again. After 3 days, all the 500 or so alchemists were sitting on the 8th floor, not one less. Everyone was sitting before Yang Kai, looking at him with solemn and earnest looks on their faces. Even Zhong-Ao was no exception. Yang Kai had noticed him walk in long ago. He just nodded to him slightly but didn't stop teaching the alchemic Tao. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped speaking. The 8th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion was so silent that even the drop of a pin could be heard. Everyone had even suppressed the sound of their breathing to the bare minimum. When Yang Kai stopped speaking, everyone knew that the sharing was over. Everyone looked eager for more. But Yang Kai smiled and stood up. He cupped his fists to everyone and said, "That's all for today. Thank you, everyone." All 500 or so alchemists stood up together and thanked Yang Kai with an earnest look on their faces and cupping their fists in return. Disciples thank Grandmaster Yang for going through the trouble of teaching us. Yang Kai was stunned. However, he was back at ease very soon. Zhan Yuan had always referred to himself as a disciple just because of a few unintentional pointers from Zuide many years ago. He also addressed Zuide as honored teacher. This time, Yang Kai had preached alchemic Tao for 3 days to over 500 alchemists and could be regarded as their honored teacher. Unfortunately, they couldn't address Yang Kai as teacher because he hadn't given his consent, but they sure could call themselves disciples. Alchemists paid great importance to heritage. Yang Kai had imparted alchemy experience and understanding to others generously. Although it could not help them achieve success overnight, it was a great kindness nonetheless. Especially the magical pill condensing technique. If these alchemists could completely comprehend the technique, it would definitely bring a huge change to the alchemy world of the entire star field. After all, in every alchemist's mind, they could only refine one pill from one set of ingredients, but by resorting to that special pill condensing technique, one could refine 2, 3, even 4 or 5 pills from one set of ingredients. This was tantamount to greatly reducing the cost of refining pills and increasing the output of the pills. If this technique became known to all the alchemists, the cultivators of the star field would no longer have to be afraid of the lack of pills. In any case, these 500 or so Saint King and above grade alchemists could be considered as Yang Kai's disciples from today, including Zhong-Ao. This was definitely a force that shook the entire star field. No one could say how many of these 500 or so alchemists would advance to Origin King grade in the future. Yang Kai didn't assume heirs either. He cupped his fists in return and said, "You are welcome, Grandmaster Yang. This disciple can't get something you said before out of his mind and is confused about it. I wonder if I can ask it or not." A middle-aged beautiful female alchemist asked Yang Kai, giggling, "If you have any questions, just ask. If this king can answer it, this king will not hide it." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I believe everyone here believes and knows Grandmaster Yang's character. However, Grandmaster, didn't you say that there was an alchemist better than Grandmaster Wuxia, and even you before you started competing with Grandmaster Wuxia? It's not true, is it?" Just as she mentioned this, someone immediately agreed, "That's right. I heard this too. But how is this possible? Grandmaster Yang's alchemy skills have already reached perfection. How can anyone surpass him in alchemy? Grandmaster said it just for the sake of it. You believed it. I wasn't speaking just for the sake of it." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "There is indeed one person in this world who is far better than me in alchemy." "Impossible? There is actually such a person? Grandmaster Yang, you are being too humble." The other alchemists raised a clamor. They didn't want to believe Yang Kai. They all thought that Yang Kai was just being humble. After all, everyone had a great understanding of Yang Kai's temperament by now. He was friendly and unpretentious. "I'm not being humble. I am just stating the fact." Yang Kai turned serious and said, "It's hard to say now. I might be a bit better than that person, but she was definitely better than me before. And in the future, she will be better than me." "Who is this person?" All the alchemists were taken aback. Judging by Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that he wasn't exaggerating. They all wanted to know what made that person so different. "As far as I know, Grandmaster Wuxia's alchemy skills are the best in the entire star field. Even if someone could stand shoulders to shoulder with him, he or she could not surpass Grandmaster Wuxia for sure. So, the person mentioned by Grandmaster Yang must be... You don't need to guess. You don't know her name. She is my senior sister. She is just like me. Unknown to everyone." Yang Kai explained. "Grandmaster Yang's senior sister? No wonder. Is Grandmaster Yang from the alchemy sect?" Both senior sister and junior brother have already reached the level of the Origin King grade. "Grandmaster Yang? Where is your sect? Can this disciple go and join your sect?" Just as someone asked this, many alchemists looked eagerly at Yang Kai. If a sect could foster 2 Origin King grade alchemists, it was absolutely a holy land in the eyes of many alchemists. If they could join that sect, their future might be absolutely wonderful. There was only one thought lingering in everyone's mind. They wanted to ask where Yang Kai's sect was. Even if they couldn't join the sect, they could still go to observe and emulate. They might gain something. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. If you let President AIO know of this, would he let this matter rest at that? If AIO came to know that all these 500 or so alchemists were thinking of joining the High Heaven sect, he would surely fight it out with Yang Kai. All these alchemists were the elite force of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. All the pills produced by the Chamber of Commerce depended on these people. If they left, the Chamber of Commerce's business would collapse. Don't mention this anymore. If there is a chance, this king might welcome you to visit. But today, it is better for you to enter a retreat and finish your enlightenment. Yang Kai was afraid that he really would not be able to escape if continued speaking. Having heard this, nobody made things difficult for Yang Kai. Besides, they did have to enter a retreat to finish their enlightenment and digest everything they had gained over these days. The next moment, the crowd of alchemists scattered as everyone hurriedly returned to their respective residences for retreating. Zhong Ao, on the other hand, didn't leave. Only when Yang Kai and he were left in the entire alchemist pavilion did he ask Yang Kai with a strange look on his face. Should I also address you as honored teacher or as Grandmaster Yang? I will be embarrassed if you address me like this. Yang Kai forced a wry smile. Come on. I will have to find myself a hole to crawl into if you address me as Grandmaster. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes at Yang Kai. Who would dare to call himself Grandmaster before you? Then how about we let things remain the same as before? No one would feel embarrassed then. Yang Kai patted Zhong Ao's shoulder with a smile. He then quickly changed the topic, asking in a low voice with a solemn look on his face. It seems that you are now an Origin King grade alchemist. A fierce gleam flashed past Zhong Ao's eyes. He glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. It seems I can't hide it from you. When the Grand Alchemist Dao tone rang, you were the first one to sit down, and when I was sharing about alchemic Dao, you seem to have gained a lot. Obviously, you have made progress. Yes, I have comprehended a lot. Although the Grand Alchemic Dao tone was elusive, I had the chance to hear many of the mysteries, and with your explanation, I have mastered most of it. However, an alchemist's promotion isn't the same as a cultivator's. It's not a matter of accumulating enough foundation. I need to enter a retreat for a while. If I could refine an Origin King grade pill after exiting, I would be an Origin King grade alchemist. Then, I await the good news. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Thank you, Yang Kai, Zhong Ao said with an earnest look on his face. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied, This was your own chance, you don't need to thank me. You should probably enter the retreat as soon as possible. I hope that when you come out, another Origin King grade alchemist is born in this star field. I sure hope so. Zhong Ao nodded. I will take my leave then. Yang Kai nodded, sending Zhong Ao off. After Zhong Ao's figure disappeared from Yang Kai's sight, Yang Kai immediately spread his divine sense out to probe around a bit. He immediately noticed that Long Tianshang's aura had already disappeared from the void. Yang Kai didn't pay that much attention to it. Next, Yang Kai's figure flickered before he disappeared from this place. By the time he reappeared, he was already outside the alchemist pavilion. A familiar figure happened to be waiting for him outside. The figure could not help but jump back in fright at the sight of Yang Kai's sudden appearance. But he looked relieved the next moment. After all, it was a matter of course for Yang Kai to do this with his strength. He hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted Yang Kai. Brother Yang, why are you here? Yang Kai gazed at Shin Tu in amazement. The person waiting for Yang Kai outside the alchemist pavilion was none other than Shin Tu. Shin Tu hurriedly replied to Yang Kai's question. My father asked me to wait for you here. What does President AIO want to ask me? Yang Kai asked. Nothing. It's just that little mother is awake. I just came to thank you personally after finding out that you refined the pill for her. Brother Yang, if you are free, can you come with me? Shin Tu asked earnestly. Sure. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. The duo started walking side by side the next moment. Gu Baihu's awakening didn't come as a surprise to Yang Kai. After all, AIO had given a drop of immortal source liquid to Gu Baihu before, healing all her physical wounds. The reason why she was in a coma was that her soul was injured, and a soul source restoration pill was the perfect remedy for this. What's more, the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai had pill veins. Its medicinal efficacy was several times stronger than a normal soul source restoration pill. After having her soul nourished by this pill, it would be strange if Gu Baihu didn't wake up. Her soul might even gain some extra benefits with the help of that pill. All along the way, Shuntu kept peeking glances at Yang Kai from time to time. There was a strange look on his face, like he had something to say. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Brother Shuntu, is something the matter? If you want to ask something, just ask. You and I aren't outsiders." The corners of Shuntu's mouth twitched. He immediately asked, looking serious, "I just want to know, are you really an Origin King-grade alchemist? Did you really refine that pill?" He had known Yang Kai for a long time. They might not have had much interaction with each other, but he had never thought that Yang Kai would make great progress in martial Dao while also taking such incredible strides in alchemic Dao. Compared to him, my Origin returning realm cultivation is simply nothing. He used to boast about his talents, but now, Shuntu was completely ripped to pieces. "I am indeed an Origin King-grade alchemist, and that pill was also refined by me." Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. Shuntu slapped his thigh in annoyance and said, "So it's true that you competed with Grandmasters Wade in alchemy? Well, has word already gotten around?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "It has already become the talk of the entire city. There is no one in Water Sky City who doesn't know about this. Everyone has heard of it." Shuntu continued with a saddened look. "Had I known, I would have come to Water Sky City with you. I really missed a good show. This young master has been unhappy with Swada for a long time. His face when he was beaten would have been an incredible sight. I would have surely enjoyed it." Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. "But Brother Yang, do you know my little mother?" "No." "Why? If you hadn't met her, why were you willing to use 2,000 years of your freedom to compete with Swada in alchemy? When my little mother came to know of this, she scolded my father for not stopping you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Because I knew that I wouldn't lose, so it didn't matter how big the ante was." Shuntu couldn't help but raise his thumb up to Yang Kai when he heard this. He immediately said, "Anyway, you have left a good impression on my little mother. You will know when you meet her." While talking, the two soon arrived before a manor. They were still inside Water Sky City, but the surrounding environment here was extremely beautiful and quiet. Obviously, this was the place where Gubai who was recuperating. The entire manor was surrounded by all sorts of powerful spirit arrays, and when Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense, he was secretly shocked by how strong these barriers were. When they entered the manor, a small bridge over a stream entered their sights while melodious chimes of musical instruments rang in their ears, which made them feel relaxed and happy. Shuntu brought Yang Kai all the way inside and no one stopped them. A short while later, they arrived at the deepest part of the manor, a simple-looking house within a purple bamboo forest. Yang Kai could sense 3 people inside the bamboo house. One was President Aio, another was Xueyu, and the last was unfamiliar to him. Obviously, it was Gubai Hu. Shuntu stood still outside the bamboo house and reported aloud, "Father, I have brought Brother Yang. Come in." Aio's voice immediately came from inside the house. Shuntu smiled at Yang Kai, inviting him in. "Brother Yang, please." Yang Kai nodded and walked straight in. Just as he entered the bamboo house, Yang Kai immediately felt 3 pairs of eyes gazing at him. Before Yang Kai could look around the room, President Aio rushed over and patted Yang Kai's shoulder hard, laughing. "Brother Yang, this AI can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, it would be impossible for my wife to wake up this easily." He patted very hard, maybe even using Saint Chi as when the thick and robust palm fell on his shoulders. A resounding clap was heard inside the house. Xueyu stood gawking with a strange look on her face. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He immediately cupped his fist and said, "President Aio, you are too polite. Xueyu and I are friends. It's nothing worth mentioning. It might be nothing to you, but it was a life-saving grace for my wife and me. This AI can never forget it." Aio's face turned solemn. Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. Rather, he gazed to the other side. Ever since he had entered the room, a pair of bright eyes had been constantly looking at him with scrutiny. The owner of these eyes was naturally Gubai Hu. When Yang Kai looked back at her, Gubai Hu just smiled at Yang Kai. She didn't seem to be very old, appearing to be in her 20s or 30s, while her martial Dao cultivation had reached the peak of the origin returning realm. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her face was a little pale, but this gave her the appearance of a sick beauty. Sure enough, she was a woman that could topple a nation with her beauty. Yang Kai had guessed it already, otherwise, AIO would not have attached such great importance to her. Are you Grandmaster Yang? You are truly a dragon among men, really extraordinary. Gu Bai, whose gentle voice resounded in the house as her lips parted. Her voice might be very light, but it sounded very clear. Yang Kai's expression changed. He subconsciously felt that there was something wrong when he heard Gu Bai, who praised him like this, because she was just an origin returning realm master and he was a second-order origin king. She was speaking to him like an elder treating her junior, which was a bit rude, emotionally and reasonably. However, Yang Kai didn't give it that much thought. He cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Mrs. Gu." Gu Bai, who coughed a few times before replying with a smile, "Grandmaster Yang, you are too polite. You have saved my life, and I should have been the one to come to you and thank you personally. It's just that I'm not in a state to walk around, so I can only ask Shintu to invite you over. I hope Grandmaster Yang won't blame me. How could I dare? Mrs. Gu is Xueyu's elder, and Xueyu and I are friends. I should be the one to come and visit." Gu Bai, who nodded gently as if she was satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude, which confused the nearby AIO. He hurriedly said, "My wife and I were still discussing how to thank you, but I still can't think of a good way to thank you. Let's do it like this. Brother Yang, how about you tell us what you want? As long as this AI can do it, I'll definitely fulfill it." Yang Kai's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't help but look at Xueyu. Xueyu immediately averted her eye, feeling his gaze. She was pretending to be calm. A smile suddenly bloomed over Gu Bai, whose face, who was silently watching all this. She then said in a gentle voice, "I have an idea." "Oh? Dear, if you have thought of something, you might as well tell them." AIO was overjoyed, hurriedly looking at her. Gu Bai, who smiled but didn't say anything. She just beckoned Xueyu and Yang Kai to come over. The couple glanced at each other. They had no idea what Gu Bai who wanted to do, but they had no choice but to approach her bedside. Gu Bai, who reached out and grabbed Xueyu and Yang Kai's hands with each hand before joining them in the middle. She then looked at Yang Kai with a smile before asking, "Grandmaster Yang, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this gift?" Yang Kai was in a daze momentarily, but very soon he broke into laughter and replied with admiration, "Mrs. Gu sure is beautiful and intelligent. This Yang is very satisfied with this gift." Xueyu too was dumbstruck for a while. After she came to understand what Gu Bai who actually meant, her pretty face flushed red all over. She stomped her feet in shame and said, "Little mother." AIO's eyes widened as he kept watching from the sidelines for a while. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He asked in astonishment, "Dear, what's the meaning of this? Don't you understand?" Gu Bai, who shot a glance at AIO as she explained in a leisure manner, "Grandmaster Yang has been aware of Xueyu's secret all the while. The two might even be in love too." "What?" AIO was quite taken aback by this revelation, and his previous amiable attitude could not be found anywhere. Rather, he was glaring at Yang Kai with hostility. Yang Kai paid no heed to his hostility and smiled slightly. "Mrs. Gu is indeed right. I already knew that Xueyu was a woman a long time ago. But how did Mrs. Gu know? I don't think I have revealed anything to make it that obvious. And I believe Xueyu won't have told you about it." Gu Bai, who smiled gently as she explained, "It's very simple. You and I don't know each other, but you still stake 2,000 years of your freedom to bet with Grandmasters Wada for me. Why? Since I don't have anything to make you do that, and neither does my husband, there can only be one reason, and that's Xueyu. A man will only pay such a price for his woman." Yang Kai looked stunned. "So to say, Mrs. Gu guessed it after waking up?" "Uh-huh. But it was just a guess, I wasn't sure. That's why I asked you to come over. And through my observations, I was sure. Mrs. Gu is truly brilliant," Yang Kai exclaimed in wonder. If she could conclude that Shui Yu and he are deeply in love with such little information, she was not an ordinary woman by any means. Apparently, Gu Baihu was a beauty with brains. Shui Yu, is this true? Aio's old face was almost covered in a layer of frost as he asked this. Shui Yu nibbled her red lips before nodding her head slightly. You are really driving me mad. Aio looked angered and disappointed, as if Shui Yu hadn't lived up to his expectation. He had been training Shui Yu as the successor of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but how could he have expected that Shui Yu would be in love with someone? And when he recalled how he addressed Yang Kai as Brother Yang many times, Aio couldn't wait to look for a hole to crawl into. No wonder this kid had such a strange expression at that time. So this was the reason. Considering all this, Aio suddenly felt that he had suffered a big loss. Shui Yu is no longer young, and you have raised her as a boy since her birth. Are you going to make her pretend to be a man forever? Gu Baihu glared at Aio and asked seriously, every woman has the right to pursue her own happiness, and Grandmaster Yang is the best choice. Be it by his character or appearance, he is worthy of Shui Yu. What's more, both have feelings for each other, so just leave them alone. No, Aio denied flatly with a sullen face. I can agree to everything else but not this. Shui Yu's face immediately darkened. Dear, you should also think about Shui Yu. She has such high standards. How many people do you think can make her fancy them? Would you like to see her live alone for the rest of her life? Gu Baihu persuaded with a gentle tone. In the heart of a cultivator, the martial Tao takes precedence over everything. When she has reached the grand accomplishment stage in martial Tao, it won't be too late for her to focus on love. Aio kept a straight face. He didn't budge the slightest. But suddenly, a smile appeared on Gu Baihu's face as she said, it looks like I won't get through you with words alone. Hearing this, Aio's face changed. He cried in shock, hey dear, what do you want to do? Nothing. Gu Baihu coldly smiled. President Aio is an outstanding hero. He only has the Chamber of Commerce power and martial Tao in his heart. I'm afraid there is no place for this little girl. You are now just a step away from the grand accomplishment stage of martial Tao. Since you said that it won't be too late to focus on love after reaching the grand accomplishment stage, this little girl can only leave you. I don't want to hinder your martial Tao. While speaking, Gu Baihu looked like she would break into tears at any moment. She looked frustrated and wanted to leave. Coupled with her sickly pale face, it really made everyone feel sorry for her. Aio really panicked. He hurriedly approached, pushing Yang Kai and Shui Yu away, and grabbed Gu Baihu's hands as he justified himself anxiously. Dear, I didn't mean that. I was just teaching Shui Yu. I didn't mean? I understand what you mean. Gu Baihu wiped the crystal-clear tear from the corner of her eyes. Sir President, don't worry. This little girl will only stay here for a few days. I will leave when I can get out of bed and definitely will not hinder your martial Tao. When you have reached the peak of the martial Tao, this little girl will come back and accompany you again. I will then remain by your side forever. She bit her thin lips, tilted her head as if she was heartbroken. Tears kept rolling down as she spoke. Dear, Aio was completely confused. He didn't know what to say. He was so anxious that he felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He couldn't wait to kowtow to apologize to Gu Baihu, but when he thought of Yang Kai and Shui Yu still watching from the sidelines, how could he throw his face? He immediately looked back, shooting a glare at Yang Kai and Shui Yu. Father, your daughter will take her leave then. Shui Yu understood that the next scene was not suitable for children and quickly dragged Yang Kai away. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist before following Shui Yu out. Before leaving, Yang Kai noticed Gu Baihu wink, assuring him. A grin immediately appeared on Yang Kai's face. He realized that Aio might look big and tall, but he was a big softy. He paid great importance to love and justice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have regarded Gu Baihu with so much importance. But then again, if Su Yan or Xianing Chong or Shanqing Luo used the same trick on me, I'm afraid even I couldn't resist. The warmth of a beauty is the downfall of a hero. It's the eternal truth. When the couple came outside the bamboo house, Shintu was nowhere to be found. God knows where he went. The barriers of the bamboo house were instantly activated. No sound could be heard coming from the inside. Even when Xianxia released his divine sense to check it out, he was unable to probe. He could only give up in the light of this. Mrs. Gu. Xianxia thought for a while. He had no idea what would be the appropriate way to address her. After all, Gu Bai who was now his elder. Eventually, he gave up and could only continue. Seems to value you very much. Aha. Little mother is very nice and friendly to us. That's why all of us respect her. Shuiyu smiled. Only she can control father. Don't just judge my father by his obedience before little mother. He is different in front of others. I can imagine. Xianxia nodded. After all, he had been managing the Chamber of Commerce for so long. How could he do so without a bit of majesty and prestige? Shuiyu suddenly poked Xianxia and bluntly asked, "When are you going to marry me?" Xianxia looked at Shuiyu in amazement. He asked with a shadow of a smile lingering on his face, "Are you so sure that Mrs. Gu will handle President Aio? Since little mother has taken the matter herself, how can my father not compromise? Besides, even without little mother, my father will have to give it thought due to your identity and cultivation, so there is no other possibility. I guess you can't wait to marry me?" Xianxia stared into Shuiyu's beautiful eyes. Shuiyu's face immediately flushed red. She stamped her foot and rebuked, "So what? If I don't take the initiative, how can I establish my position in the heart of someone as good as you?" Xianxia was stunned speechless. Shuiyu let out a cold snort before approaching Xianxia. She reached out and poked Xianxia's heart as she asked, grinding her teeth, "So, how many girls do you have apart from the enchantress Shan Qingluo I saw in the Emperor Garden? What are their names?" When poking Xianxia, Shuiyu secretly fired a burst of Saint Qi with her slender jade fingers. After Shuiyu had poked a few dozen times, Xianxia couldn't help but cough a few times. He replied with some guilt, "Just a few." "A few? How many exactly?" Shuiyu squinted her eyes. Xianxia raised his two fingers. "Who are they? Are they worthy of you?" "They are my two senior sisters." Xianxia forced a chuckle. "Childhood sweethearts." Shuiyu was surprised. She immediately asked, a little annoyed, "I have no hope in this big house. The second and third bedroom are already occupied. I can only take the fourth bedroom." She suddenly became unhappy. She nibbled her lips and asked, "How many more are you going to find in the future?" "There won't be any," Xianxia replied, looking earnest. Shuiyu broke into giggling. She said with a foxy smile, "Is it really okay to say this? Be careful not to be caught by me in the future. At that time I will inform the three elder sisters. Will you be able to take it?" "There really won't be any," Xianxia pledged in all sincerity and seriousness, like taking an oath. He then sincerely looked at Shuiyu with clear and frank eyes and took Shuiyu's soft hand as he said in a warm voice, "All of you are enough for me." Shuiyu's face flushed red all over, feeling butterflies in her stomach. She lowered her head and said, "How corny! Badump." Xianxia couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. While the two were talking to each other, the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened as the big and tall Aio walked out. Shuiyu suddenly pulled her hand out of Xianxia's grasp and stepped back like a frightened rabbit. Aio immediately shot a glare at their location. Obviously, nothing was hidden from him. However, he didn't say anything. He just let out a cold snort and beckoned to Xianxia, maintaining a straight face. At the same time, he ordered Xianxia with no trace of politeness, "Kid, follow this king." After having said this, he just started walking in a certain direction slowly. From Brother Yang to Grandmaster Yang and then to Kid, it was quite evident that President Aio's impression of Xianxia had already changed. Xianxia slightly smiled. He then turned to Shuiyu and said, "I will go and have a talk with Senior. You go back, I will come and find you later." Shuiyu opened her mouth, wanting to join them. However, she also knew that it would be really inappropriate if she disturbs the talk between men. All she could say was, "Be careful. If my father makes things difficult for you, please bear with it. When you return, We'll make up for it. Having said this, she quickly fled with a flushed face like there was wind blowing under her feet. A dreamy look immediately appeared on Yang Kai's face. Kid, are you still not coming? A dissatisfied AIO who was standing not too far away urged Yang Kai. I'm coming. I'm coming. Yang Kai knew that he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the confrontation with AIO, who just so happened to be in a bad mood. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't care at all. Yang Kai trotted his way to AIO, smiled and greeted, cupping his fists. Yang Kai greets future father-in-law. Kid, what did you call me? AIO jumped back in fright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Haha. Yang Kai forced a laugh. You can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't wag your tongue indiscriminately. Let me tell you, kid. You can forget about marrying my daughter, Shuiyu. That's not up for discussion. AIO glared at Yang Kai. He looked quite unhappy. No discussion? Yang Kai was stunned. No means no. Oh squinted his eyes. He looked as if he would rather be struck by lightning than agree. In that case, Yang Kai pondered a little. I guess there is nothing left to discuss between senior and this junior. Let's do it like this. I will leave Water Sky City tomorrow. Now it was AIO's turn to be terrified. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so easy to talk to. He thought that Yang Kai would hang on without any sense of shame, but he really hadn't expected Yang Kai to retreat in the face of difficulties. He was immediately wild with joy. In this case, he now had an explanation that he could give to Gu Bai Hu. Anyway, I'm not forcing him to leave, he is leaving on his own. It has nothing to do with this king. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Yang Kai heave a heavy sigh. Sigh, but if I leave, I'm afraid those 500 or so alchemists will also leave with me. What do you mean? AIO suddenly became nervous. I forgot to tell President AIO. After you left, I preached alchemy for a few days. I can now be considered as a half-teacher to those alchemists. Originally, they wanted to stay by my side to learn alchemy. But I thought that since we're all one family, there wasn't any difference between staying by my side and staying in the alchemist pavilion, so I didn't agree. Since I don't have any fate with Shuiyu, then I won't force it. But if I leave, I'm afraid they would want to follow me. Half-teacher? AIO was shocked. He immediately lashed at Yang Kai. Kid, are you threatening me? He knew that Yang Kai was definitely not kidding. Alchemists attached great importance to heritage. It was quite clear from how Zhan Yuan left with Zuoda. And now, Yang Kai was a half-teacher to 500 or so alchemists. He had the grace of enlightening them, so as long as he raised his arm and called for action, nothing would be left in the alchemist pavilion. Not the grass or the tile or anyone for him. That was the elite force of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. AIO's heart was gripped with a chill. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. How could I dare? Yang Kai looked at AIO smiling. You sure have guts, AIO said, grinding his teeth. Yang Kai, ignoring him, suddenly took a stone tablet-like thing from the space ring. He then heaved a sigh and said, Originally, this junior was planning on gifting this to senior. Alas, forget it. I can keep it for myself. What's that? AIO asked curiously. A secret art. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Originally, AIO was very curious about what Yang Kai had taken out. After all, with Yang Kai's extraordinary strength and high status, anything taken out by him should be extraordinary. But when he heard Yang Kai say a secret art, AIO immediately lost interest. He curled his lips and said, I was wondering what it was. So it was a secret art. Although my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is focused on business, we do regard martial Dao as important. Whatever that secret art is, kid, you can keep it to yourself. My Chamber of Commerce doesn't lack these kinds of things. Yang Kai smiled slightly as he threw out a few words in an extremely calm manner. This secret art is known as the Star Refining Art. Just as he said this, AIO's eyes bloomed with white brilliance. He snatched the stone tablet from Yang Kai's hands as swiftly as a lightning bolt, reading it carefully with widened eyes. 3 ancient words were engraved on the stone tablet. They looked extremely mysterious and were completely different from the existing characters. But if one looked at them closely, he or she would find that they were somewhat similar to today's 3 words of star-refining art. AIO's hands couldn't help but shake. Senior, isn't this a bit out of character for someone with your status? Yang Kai teased AIO. Shut your trap, AIO shouted angrily. Without any vigilance against Yang Kai, he immersed his consciousness straight into the stone tablet, trying to figure it out. This stone tablet was something Yang Kai had obtained from the deepest part of the Emperor Garden. It was due to the star-refining art that Xianxia could refine the star source of Tongxian realm. It might be useless to him who had refined the source of Shadowed Star, but this was absolutely the ultimate art to refine the star source. Later, when the Avatar refined the source of the floating continent had also confirmed this point. Today, AIO was a peak second-order origin king. If he could get the star-refining art and refine the source of a cultivation star, not only would it provide him limitless future prospects, but his advance to the third-order origin king realm was a done deal. That's why he had forgotten his manners. Last time, AIO had asked Xueyu to take a large number of masters to the Emperor Garden for this star-refining art, but unfortunately, it ended up in Yang Kai's hands. Xueyu hadn't told the truth to AIO after she came back. So AIO had no idea that the star-refining art was actually in Yang Kai's hands. When it was suddenly presented before him, he was naturally ecstatic. Yang Kai smiled and stood on one side, waiting for AIO. With time, AIO's expression changed in a flash. Excited, nervous, eager, happy, all kinds of expressions had appeared on his face. After a long time, he suddenly broke into hearty laughter. Senior, did you get some gains? Yang Kai asked with a smile. AIO looked at Yang Kai. His face finally softened as he nodded and said, Kid, you are really good. You sure know how to please others. What is rare is that your status is not the slightest bit inferior to this king with your strength, but you still know how to respect elders. This king is very satisfied with this. If Senior is satisfied, then nothing could be better. I have accepted this thing. I will give the matter between Xueyu and you a careful thought. Yang Kai smiled. He didn't coerce him at all, because since AIO had said this, it meant that he had agreed to it. However, he was just trying to maintain a bit of face, that's all. Come, walk with me. I want to ask you something. AIO's past domineering attitude was nowhere to be seen. He had become a lot kinder. Yang Kai nodded and said, How can I disobey from Senior's orders? AIO looked extremely satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. He then started walking forward, carrying his hands behind his back as he asked, This king wants to know. How old are you this year? This? I'm not too clear about this. Yang Kai smiled with embarrassment. Since he left Tongxian realm and entered the starfield, he had been wandering from place to place. How could he have the time to calculate his own age? I'm almost 50 to 60 years old. 50 to 60 years old? AIO's face changed slightly. Are you sure you are only this old? To an ordinary mortal, 50 to 60 years of age was old, but to cultivators it was just the beginning. Most of the Saint-grade cultivators and Saint-king-grade cultivators had almost the same age. Even some Transcendent Realm and Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators with poor aptitude were much older than this. And Yang Kai was the second-order Origin King. In the entire star field, every Origin King realm cultivator was an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Without a solid foundation and accumulation over these many years, it was impossible to advance to the Origin King realm. Thus, after AIO came to know that Yang Kai was just 50-60 years old, AIO was shocked. I want to check your bone age. You won't mind, right? AIO suspiciously looked at Yang Kai. Of course not. Yang Kai smiled and proactively stretched his hand out. AIO reached out and put his fingers on his wrist, pouring his divine sense into Yang Kai's hand. After having probed for a while, he let go of Yang Kai's hand in shock. Under his investigation, he discovered that Yang Kai was only a few decades old. There was no doubt about it. After all, even though a cultivator's appearance will change because of an increase in strength, only the bones reflected the true age of the cultivator. How did this guy even cultivate? Suddenly, AIO felt that he had lived all these years in vain. What shocked him even more was the fact that, when he checked Xianxia's bone age, he discovered that Xianxia's vitality was simply shocking. But right then, he was struck with the realization that it should be because Xianxia had refined the immortal divine tree. President AIO really believed that Xianxia had refined the immortal divine tree, and due to this very reason, Xianxia had become a second-order origin king in such a short period of time. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, "With your talent, I believe that no girl is worthy of you in this star field. It's Xueyu's blessing that you have taken a liking to her. This king can rest assured now." He finally agreed to the relationship between Xianxia and Xueyu. After all, a genius like Xianxia was born once a blue moon, and he was more than worthy of Xueyu. However, this king needs to remind you of one thing, AIO suddenly said as if he had thought of something. "Senior, please say, do you know about Xueyu's physique?" asked AIO. "Dragon marrow phoenix body." Xianxia smiled. If not for this special constitution, Xueyu might not have been able to hoodwink the eyes of the entire star field. Her disguise would have been already seen through. That's right. Since you know about the dragon marrow phoenix body, you must be aware of the greatest effect of this physique. Xianxia nodded with a weird look on his face. AIO forced a cough and said, looking a little embarrassed, "As an elder, it might not be appropriate for me to talk about this, but I have to remind you. For your own good and Xueyu, don't do it too early. You understand what I mean, right? It won't be too late when Xueyu had made success in martial Dao. I believe that a man of your temperament would show enough patience." "I understand." Xianxia couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. It was embarrassing to talk about this matter with his future father-in-law. As long as you understand it." AIO affectionately patted Xianxia's shoulder before sighing. "Don't blame this king for being cold and unreasonable. You will understand why I did everything when you become a father." Xianxia earnestly assured, "This junior understands that senior does everything out of his love for your daughter." "Great." AIO nodded. I was thinking of inviting you to join the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce as a foreign elder. What do you think? There's no harm in it. I understand that senior just wants to use my fame. I'm okay with that. I knew it. I knew that you would notice this. Furthermore, you have just won an alchemy competition with Zuoda. More importantly, I've already spread the word about you triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. I believe that this news will spread to the vast star field very soon. And with you as my Chamber of Commerce foreign elder, the alchemists in the star field will come swarming. This time, I will make them beg to join the Chamber of Commerce. I don't need to give them a face anymore. Ha ha ha. AIO broke into a hearty laugh as if he was finally going to have his revenge. Xianxia forced a smile. He realized that AIO was quite angry with those temperamental alchemists. Also, what about your bet with Zuoda? What should I do with the several dozen Origin King grade pills each year? Where do you live? Where do you need this king to send them to you? AIO asked. No need. You can think of those pills as this junior's betrothal gift, Xianxia said with a smile. AIO's pupils immediately shrank. Don't you want them? It's several dozen pills every year, a couple hundred pills every decade, a couple thousand pills every millennium. Those are Origin King grade pills, not some ordinary pills. Senior, you are forgetting something. I too am an alchemist. I can refine those pills myself. AIO couldn't suppress his laughter. So, you don't think that this betrothal gift is enough, right? Xianxia pursued his lips into a smile. Plus the star refining art and my alchemist disciples. It's almost there, AIO cheerfully said. What if I add dozens of interstar space arrays? Xianxia smiled slightly. AIO was dumbstruck for a second. He immediately asked in a low voice, I just wanted to ask you about this. Can you really lay out this kind of space array, an array that could transmit from one star to another? Senior, since you know about this, then you should have come to know about it from Shun Tuesday. Didn't Shun Tu tell you that he had tested it himself? Shin Tu informed me, but this king found it hard to believe. AIO's face turned serious. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is in control of cultivation stars, or stars and medicine stars, a total of 18 stars. It costs me a fortune to transport material to and from these stars, so if you can really have a space array to connect them with each other, then you will be the benefactor of my entire Chamber of Commerce. Let alone marrying Xueyu. This king can let you marry all of my daughters if you want. Senior, you must be joking. Xueyu is enough for me, and it has nothing to do with it. Excellent. Sure enough, Xueyu didn't find the wrong person. Her vision is pretty good. Having said this, AIO suddenly added, "Come with me." Just as he said this, he started rushing ahead. Xianxia had no idea what AIO wanted to do, but he still followed after him without asking any question. Not long after, the two arrived before a heavily guarded palace. The palace front was guarded by cultivators in golden armor. What's more, all these cultivators were surprisingly second-order origin returning realm masters. The palace was also surrounded by dense barriers. It was quite evident that this place was the most important part of Water Sky City. "Greetings, President." Many guards hastily greeted after noticing AIO's arrival. AIO nodded his acknowledgement as he led Xianxia inside. Just after entering the palace, Xianxia felt a faint space force blowing on his face. He immediately focused his eyes, and sure enough, there was a space array at the center of the main hall, which happened to be glowing slightly. This place was guarded by many cultivators, overtly and covertly. This should be the space array hub of Water Moonstar. Xianxia realized it immediately, otherwise it wouldn't be so heavily guarded. Sure enough, AIO then introduced, "This is a space array, connecting my Water Moonstar cities and many important strongholds. It's an extremely important part of Water Moonstar." Xianxia nodded. As he swept through it with his divine sense, he immediately knew the internal structure of the array. He didn't care about it too much. After all, it wasn't that hard for him to arrange this kind of space array. "Senior, why do you want to show me this?" Xianxia asked. "This is not the thing I want to show you." AIO smiled mysteriously as he beckoned Xianxia to follow him. Then, he walked to the side and entered through a side door. There happened to be a staircase spiraling down the palace. Fist-sized night pearls dotted the walls around the stairs, emitting a soft and warm light, lightening the staircase a little. AIO led the way for about 15 minutes before the two came to some place underground. As they were walking, the front became wider all of a sudden. To Xianxia's surprise, there wasn't an underground cave here, but an extremely spacious secret room. There was nothing in this secret room other than something at the very center of the room that was exuding an ancient desolate aura. "This?" Xianxia raised his eyes as he hurried forward. With the help of the light of the night pearls embedded in the walls all around, he circled around an area of about 5 feet as if he was wandering around an array. "This is a cross-cultivation star space array?" Xianxia looked at AIO in amazement. "Indeed," AIO earnestly nodded. "As you can see, this is indeed a cross-cultivation star space array. It can transmit anyone or anything from Water Moonstar to another star. You can't use it?" Xianxia asked again. "Aha! I don't know what went wrong, but according to records in ancient books, no one has been able to activate it for over 10,000 years already. Over the years, every Chamber of Commerce president had asked someone to repair it. Unfortunately, no one could. Xianxia, it's not that this king doesn't trust you, but this is a very important matter. This king can only believe what he sees. If you can repair this array, this king will believe you," AIO said with a solemn look on his face. "What's so difficult about it?" Xianxia pursed his lips into a smile. He looked extremely relaxed. "Can you really fix it?" AIO cheered up right away. "I can." Xianxia nodded his affirmation. "But senior, where is this array connected to?" AIO furrowed his brow slightly as if it was hard to disclose. However, he pondered for a moment before answering. "Since you didn't hide anything from me, treating me with sincerity, and Xueyu is deeply in love with you, you aren't an outsider. There is no harm in telling you. Have you heard of the existences of the dark stars in the star field?" "Dark stars?" Xianxia furrowed his brow. He asked in surprise, Are they the stars that can't be reached by conventional means and are hiding in the depths of the star field? The ones that could not be found with naked eyes. So you do know about them? AIO nodded. Yep, those are dark stars. The vast star field is hiding many secrets. It might seem that there aren't many dark stars in the entire star field, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. There are many dark stars, it's just that they couldn't be found with conventional methods. All the stars with some or a little value had been divvied up by various great forces already. Take my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, for example. We have as many as 18 stars in our control. If any force wants to grow stronger, they could either resort to invasion and aggression or start searching for a dark star. There are many unknown factors to invasion and aggression, so the safest and the most convenient way was to find a dark star. Unfortunately, the dark stars were very hard to find. Even if someone brushed past it, he or she might fail to notice it. Xianxia nodded and agreed. I've heard about them. It's said that there are many natural arrays in the star field hiding some stars. The mystery of these natural arrays can even hoodwink the eyes of a third-order origin king master. While speaking, Xianxia's brow twitched as he cried in surprise. Senior, you mean to say that this space array is connected to a dark star? AIO looked a little excited as he nodded and replied, yeah, it's connected to a dark star. You may not know, but my Chamber of Commerce's ancestor used to have some friendship with the Starry Sky Great Emperor. That dark star was discovered by the Great Emperor. Finally, he told the Chamber of Commerce's ancestors. This array was laid by the Great Emperor himself. It's actually Yang Yen? Xianxia was a little surprised. He finally realized why the array before him was almost the same as the array arranged by him. Came from Yang Yen, and his space array layouts were all taught by her as well. It would be a wonder instead if they were different. Originally, AIO thought that Xianxia would look shocked after hearing about the friendship between the Great Emperor and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. But he noticed that Xianxia remained indifferent. AIO was surprised and raised his evaluation of Xianxia in his heart. Only someone with a calm temperament could be so indifferent. How could he have known that Xianxia and Yang Yen had spent a lot of time together? No one in the entire star field had a better understanding of the great emperors than him. AIO continued, that dark star is an or star of great value. But unfortunately, my Chamber of Commerce has been sitting on this treasure for over 10,000 years but could never get their hands on it. We really aren't befitting of the great emperor's trust. Xianxia, if you can restore this array, you will be the true benefactor of my Chamber of Commerce. This king. After having spoken to this point, AIO discovered that he couldn't go on. He originally wanted to thank Xianxia, but just as he was about to speak, he discovered that he couldn't thank Xianxia enough. Xianxia's appearance had provided benefits to the Chamber of Commerce beyond his estimate. What should I use to thank him for all this? Even if I sold the entire Chamber of Commerce to thank him, it would still be lacking. Senior can rest assured. Leave it to me. Xianxia nodded like it was his responsibility, and he couldn't shrink from it. All right, then this king will be waiting. How long will it take? AIO asked excitedly. It will just take a minute. As Xianxia spoke, he had already arrived at the foundation of the space array that had not been repaired for 10,000 years. Next, he released his divine sense to investigate for a moment before an expression that says that he already has a plan appeared on his face. Then, he took out various materials from the space ring, including the pure space spirit crystal he had obtained from the severed world. Immediately after, scorching hot heat broke out from Xianxia, changing the shapes of all those materials as they were merged into the array foundation. At the same time, Xianxia's divine sense shuttled through the array foundation back and forth, repairing and perfecting the interior structure of the spirit array with his conflagrated knowledge. See, from the beginning to the end, it just took a stick of incense worth of time. Finally, Xianxia raised his hand as the pure space spirit crystals were inlaid in their position in the array. The entire array suddenly hummed, emitting distinct space force fluctuations. The dismal, gray array started glowing faintly at this moment. This AIO was simply dumbstruck. His jaw slacked so far that one could almost squeeze a fist into it. As Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce president and a second-order origin kingmaster who had lived most of his life, he had seen almost all kinds of strange things. He would remain unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before his eyes. But at this moment he was shocked. He thought that it wouldn't be an easy thing for Xianxia to repair the space array. He thought that it would take him a month or two or even a year or two. He thought that it would take a huge toll on Xianxia, both physically and mentally. He thought, but he only took the time it takes to burn an incense. Much to his surprise, Xianxia had solved the problem that had been plaguing the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for tens of thousands of years and untold elites just like that. Is this kid human? AIO felt something in his mind break as he looked at the sight before him in disbelief. But the humming of the array, fluctuating space force, and the faint glow were proof in itself that this space array had been repaired. While he was still reeling from the shock, Xianxia took out some more material and refined them in his hands. After a short while, a token-like thing took shape in his hands. Immediately after, Xianxia beckoned AIO and proposed, smiling, "Senior, do you want to take a look at what's on the other side? Is this possible?" AIO skeptically asked. It wasn't that he was questioning Xianxia's ability, but everything that he saw had exceeded his scope of understanding. This array is the same as what I have learned. The problem was that there was something wrong with the internal structure of the spirit array. It was nothing big. I have fixed it already. I have also strengthened the array foundation and added some space spirit crystals. It would be enough for this array to operate for 10,000 years without any problem. AIO gulped a mouthful of saliva. But when he remembered that there was a rich or star on the other side of this array that none of the Chamber of Commerce presidents had been able to get their hands on, he couldn't help restrain his excitement. He jumped straight into the array. "Senior, take this and stabilize your soul." Xianxia handed AIO the token refined by him and exhorted. "Is this your especially refined transmission token, without which the space array can't be used?" AIO asked, pondering. Obviously, Shintu had reported everything to him, so he knew about the transmission token. "Yeah. However, it's not that you can't use it. If you use it rashly, you will be exiled into the endless void." Xianxia pursed his lips. "Great. Since it's your handiwork, this king doesn't have to be worried." AIO broke into laughter. He then raised his hand and proposed, "Let's head off. This king wants to see how rich that or star is." Without further ado, Xianxia placed many Saint crystals into the array and formed a few hand seals, activating the spirit array. A dazzling light suddenly swallowed Xianxia and AIO before the two disappeared. Somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away, on a lonely and desolate star, a light started flickering in a quaint palace. It lasted for 10 or so breaths before it slowly dimmed out. After the light disappeared, Xianxia and AIO's figures appeared in the palace. Unlike Shintu, who was dizzy for a long time, AIO quickly came to his senses even after experiencing an interstar transmission. As expected of second-order origin king, a master with endless spiritual energy, he hurriedly looked around and rapidly spread his divine sense. Apparently, he was checking the surrounding environment for danger.